Hello guys. I know it's been a little while since I've been here. Hopefully music isn't too loud. Focus today is gonna be some more Godsbane pages. I have a couple of these. I have basically like 4.5 pages I gotta finish up for Godsbane chapter 2. I thought there were only 3, and then when I looked at my file I realized that there were actually like 4.5 pages. Love that for me. Thinking I have something done and I don't already have it done. I'd already like crossed it off on my to-do list, so that's why I thought I had it done, but I didn't. Such is life, I guess. So I'm gonna go ahead and figure if I'm just gonna sit here and work, I might as well invite people to come on in and watch, maybe work while I'm working. Like, no one has to talk, we're just dudes hanging out. So let me grab my handy duty brush here. Sorry guys, I have it off screen so you guys can't see it. But I'm digging through my brushes really quick just so you guys know what I'm doing. There it is. Need to throw this in really quick, and then make it a little smaller. And then I gotta go in and like make them actually look like they belong there. It's like the one downside of using like a brush like this is like they don't actually look like they belong initially. They look kind of awkward, so love that for me. But Aros is extra and he likes decorating his hair because he's a weirdo like that, I guess. Alright, now I always try to erase using a like a mask rather than like just straight up erasing it, because you never know when you want something back before it's too late and it's gone. Let's see here. I'm gonna go ahead and throw it. Oh, helps if I have the right size line here. I turned off the text layers because in the past when why is it all white? I have a because I'm on the mask. I was like, why does it keep drawing in white? It's because I was on the mask. Story of my life. Why isn't this working? Either I'm on the wrong layer or I'm drawing on the mask and I'm not supposed to be drawing on the mask. Like, it's just that there's always something. There's always something. So basically what I'm doing is I'm adding these in really quick. I just kind of loosely threw them in using a brush. And I'm going to go in and probably, yeah, let's do this. So I'm going to go ahead and finish drawing them in so that way they look a little bit more natural rather than just sort of like planted there. So it's kind of always the tricky part, is to sort of make them look a little bit more natural when you're just using brushes, because I don't have patience anymore. Just want to get stuff done. I want to move on from this page. I'm so tired of looking at this page. This is page 12 from chapter 2. So, trying to move on with my life. And so I just want to get it done. I think it's this one. Nope, it's not that one. It must be this one then. Yeah, gotta get rid of that. There's some of these layers here. Don't put it on. Yeah. I always have a layer on top. Me wondering why my brush is drawing white just for me to find out I was using the eraser. I have done that. I have absolutely done that, hey mom. I absolutely do that. If for whatever reason you guys can't hear me, just let me know. You should be able to hear me. Let me actually move this over a little bit. So that way it's a little more pointed in my direction. So that is good enough for me. You know, like, honestly, like, the details are so small that, like, you're not really gonna notice them, so it's not a huge deal. It's not a huge deal. It's all good. Okay. So, alright, that was the only thing that I needed to do for that panel. Other than that, I think we're good to go. Whew. We got lots of, so on today's agenda, might as well let you know what I'm gonna be doing today. The main goal is to finish page 12. Is gonna be the main goal. Yeah, working on Godsbane again. I am finishing up. I spent some time working on a new idea for Viz because I will be working on a new one shot. And so I kind of focused on doing some more script work, and then figuring out like what I wanted that story to look like. And now that oh, I've already done this one. Now that I know roughly like what that's gonna be, I get to work on the name for that, which I'm gonna do later. I've already done this panel. And so I'm going to focus on Godsbane for a little bit and try to get chapter 2 done for Godsbane. The mythical chapter 2 that I swear... Well, okay. In my defense, I had it finished. I had it done. And then my computer... Well, my tablet, Clip Studio, decided to be a butt. Some of you already know the story. So, let's go back all the way to right before New York Comic-Con. And I was getting ready to, like, go to Comic-Con, and so one of the things that I do every month is I clean up my computer, my laptop. I use a laptop, I don't use a desktop. So, I take my laptop in, and I let the people at Best Buy clean it up. They always do a really good job, and maybe every other month or so, I go in, I take it in, and they clean the inside out. Mostly because, I have a cat, and I want to make sure that it stays clean and it stays in good health, so I pretty regularly get my laptop cleaned. I don't know why, that's just a weird thing that I do, I guess. Cats have a lot of hair, and Miso's bed is literally right next to my desk. So I want to make sure it stays clean and healthy and in good condition, so, so I get that cleaned every other month or so. And there's always a lot of hair every month, like, there's always a lot, so... I was drawing, while that was being cleaned over the weekend, I was finishing up chapter 2, and this was like early October, so like October, like, I want to say it was like October, like 10th, 11th, around that time period. Let me actually add another layer here so I can just, there we go. I'm gonna draw some rocks, you guys. We're gonna draw some rocks! Let me actually bring up a reference file. I'll just open the page so you guys can actually see it too. Desktop, manga, Godsbane, exports, chapter 2, it'll be this one. So when I need references like this, I need references for the rocks. I'll just put this on the side like this. Just so that I can see, like, how I drew them earlier. Even I need references! Even I need references. Anyway. If I was smart, I would just copy-paste them if I was smart. Yeah, it's wild, like, how much hair, like, finds its way into your electronics. In just a short period. And I clean my desk every single day. Like, every day, I wipe it down with, like, alcohol, like, isopropyl alcohol, like, rubbing alcohol. I clean it down, and, like, disinfect it every day. I, like, wipe down my Cintiq screen. I, like, wipe down my keyboard. Like, I'm a little too obsessive with, like, keeping the cleanliness of, like, my workstation. And I still get so much hair in my laptop. It's crazy. I mean, it's not that crazy considering Miso's bed is literally right next to the laptop. And because it's on top of the desk and not, like, underneath the desk, like, it's really prone to getting cat hair. Everything finds its way into my laptop. And so, like, anyway, so yeah, I was drawing on my tablet, my Samsung Galaxy Tab. It's an S8 if anyone wanted to know. And I didn't, when I got it, my computer back, I didn't, like, immediately transfer everything over. And so I'm like, it's fine, I'll give myself a couple days, just really quick to update on what I'm doing. I'm going to clean up the rocks, a bit. Normally what I might do is I might just use brushes. So I do this a lot. Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna go ahead and do this because I want to show you guys how I do this. When I need to do something like this, Miso's bed must be practically. Well, I clean Miso's bed every day. Not. Sorry, I can't say every day. Every week at least, I'm cleaning Miso's bed. I just have like a special like vacuum brush attachment thingy, and I just go over her bed, and it gets the hair out of like the corners and everything. So. And I do that because I want the least amount of hair in the laptop. So it's just an extra step that I take. Just to try to keep it clean. So here's the thing. That's a rock, right? So like, but see, here's the thing. You can't just drop this into like a drawing because, especially if it doesn't match your current drawing style. So what I usually will do is I will stretch and purposely like deform these. But you see, like when I'm making them larger, they get really gross. They're not gonna work very well. So what I'll usually do is I'll use these for like the basic shape of the rock, but I still have to turn them into what's on the right hand side, right? So when you're in a pinch, like I am, I don't really have the time to be drawing all of these. I have a lot of shit I gotta do today. So I can use this as a base to kind of get me through the initial drawing really quickly, because I have stuff to do. I'm a very busy person today. So I'll just throw these in, erase what I don't need, because these are all going to be redrawn anyway, so it doesn't really matter that much. And also, like, only the tiniest little fraction, like where our margin is, like, is going to be viewable anyway, so like, over here doesn't really make that big a difference. But what I'll basically do, oh yeah, I forgot, I also have to turn these to blue, so that I know that they're not like the final lines. Let me actually make these red, just so I can see them better. So I'll have like a rough idea of where I want the peaks to be for the rocks. And then I'll just start layering them in, and then I go in and manually redraw everything. That way it fits my style, and I'm basically using like the brushes as a sketch, as a way to sketch more quickly, rather than like just using them as is, right? Because that looks weird. If you just use them as is, like it can look really weird. Believe me, I've tried. And I've also been using like brushes for a really long time, so. You don't want to repeat the same one too many times, because like they'll be able to tell. So it's like best if you try to like vary it up a little bit. Like, see how I'm purposely layering these in a way that makes it go up just a little bit more each time based on like the nature of the hill. Something else you can do that's really smart is you can just copy it, drag it over, and because we can't see the edge over here, like this stuff that's down here in the bottom, it's perfectly reasonable to use it over here. The only thing that might be different is I might have to adjust this a little bit. So what I'll do is I will grab this and I will move it over. Whoopsie. I forgot to do it this way. XD. There we go. I will move it over, set this to multiply. That way this will sit here. And see how it changed the shape just enough so that it looks like it's not quite the same rock. So like, I just do that. And then when I'm done, like I said, I'll turn it into a sketch layer, I'll make everything blue, and I'll manually just redraw everything. Whoopsie, I don't know why I did that. Because I want everything to match my style. So, oh, I merged the wrong layers, because of course I did. Love that for me! When merging the wrong layers. Wrong layer! Okay, merge. Don't work harder than you have to. And that's the thing, because people are like, oh my god, how do you do those backgrounds? I'm like, well, I don't work harder than I have to. I don't work harder than I have to. It's really not an insane concept. But a lot of people, they feel ashamed doing stuff like this. Like, oh my god, like, I had, like, using brushes is cheating. It's not. Ask yourself, like, does it really, like, if your favorite mangaka used brushes, would you, like, disavow them or something? There's this really crazy illusion, or, like, train of thought that everyone thinks that mangaka, like, draw 100% everything by hand, and they don't. They absolutely do not. That's fallacy. People ain't got time for that. We got stuff to do. And I would figure there would be a path that leads up to the side here. I feel like that would be a very logical thing. So I might put in another one, another rock here. So what I'm going to do, because I really want the rock that I was over there. So I'm going to duplicate that, bring this down, bring it up one more. I'll set this here, and then I'll get rid of what I don't need. I don't need that. It's all about working smarter. Ooh, that makes a really bad tangent, doesn't it? Hey, Comic Man, what's up? What is Theo doing? It did not like whatever I just did, so let's try again. Hey, there we go. So, let's throw this line in here, just so I know that this is separating it. Alright, so, this going down. This is also going to go down. And we just need one more right here. Maybe a couple more kind of like in this area. This is all going to be flat area here, so I'm going to throw in a couple lines just so that I know it's like intentionally flat area. Alright, we're going to add one more, and then should be good to go. Oh, let me change the color here. Change the color. Alright, we're just going to add one more, and then I think we'll be good to go. So, it really wants me to use that one. I've already used that one. That's okay. We'll modify it a little bit, so not a huge biggie. Because this one is just the one right next to it. So what I'll do is I'll just set that here. Erase all of this. I'll grab my whites. And then all I really have to do is just throw this in there. Adjust some of the lines a little bit. There you go. You get a different rock. Again, work smarter, not harder, kids. And your life will be good. And that's all you really need. And you've got a bunch of rocks. And this is, again, just a sketch. So it's not like this is going to be the final layer or anything. Let me merge these. Merge selected layers. So now I have my rocks. And that's, again, just the sketch. Let's get rid of the stuff we don't need over here. Alright, and then this is one big rock up here. Alright, so I believe we are good to go for inking the last of this part here. Oh, I forgot to draw in the pole, which is supposed to be here. So here's where this is. That's what I'm drawing here. It's this thing right here, which is basically an eye. And it's person level, just above person level, which is on purpose. So person level would be, this rock is this one here, so it's a little higher than this. So boop, boop, boop. So it needs to be all the way up here. Okay. So up here would make this even perspective wise. And it'll probably go like this, something like that. I actually have a brush that I use for fire, and then I just edit it on top. So that's a lot of what I do, to be completely honest. Is there's a lot of using brushes to kind of get the basic look of what I'm going for, and then I hand edit it. That way it looks a little bit more natural, and it fits my own drawing style. I feel like that's the problem with a lot of people who get too dependent on brushes. And also by intentionally editing it afterwards, I get to learn sort of like how to draw that myself. So it's really helpful. I always struggle with this bottom part. Alright, so this part's gonna be blacked out because it's the sky. We've got our moon sitting right here. This is a rock. And this is Hokaway. I did change the design of the mask just a teeny bit. So, circle with a triangle. Alright, and then we have a... Let's draw the flat part first. So this mask curves this way, so we have to account for that. Alright, and so we have a diamond shape and then this sort of half moon shape that goes this way. Maybe something kind of like that. What's everyone up to this last week? Hopefully everyone's had a better week than me. It's not necessarily been bad. It's definitely had its up and downs. And I was sitting there drawing by myself, and I figured, you know what, I might as well be streaming this. May as well, you know. Alright, so let's go ahead and get some inking started here. I'm pretty confident where this is, so going to grab this. I'm going to erase what I don't need, again on a mask. I try not to erase the actual things, so I'm going to get rid of what I don't need. Alright, so let's go in and do some more inking. I'm going to make this a little bit more visible just to hide the house a little bit better. Alright, so now I'm going to make a new layer on top and we're going to get to inking. Just a little bit of setup before we get to inking. Started rough. Yeah, I started, let's see, what the frick happened last week? The beginning of last, yeah, I'll agree. The beginning of last week was a little rough. Yeah, but it ended pretty rough too, so it is what it is. Nothing I can do about it, so there's no use worrying about it. One thing that'll also help with your inking is to try to be consistent, or intentional if you vary up your line width. So one of the things that I'm always looking for, I'll drag this out just a little bit to kind of show you guys. I love that for me. There we go. Now you can see it. I try to keep my brush size roughly the same between 20 and 30 every time I'm inking. Unless I'm like intentionally changing it to make it something different. So I try to stay between 20 and 30. And because I'm drawing on the same sized page every single time, it kind of helps ensure that my inking will be consistent every time I do it. So that kind of helps. Push this back a little bit. I'm going to keep my reference for rocks up here just so that I can see how I drew them the first time. Hi, Dakota Matthews. Konbanwa. Genki desu ka? ねえ、なぜか。If you know English, English is preferred for the sake of everybody. No, it's okay. No, you're good. 大丈夫ね。I don't know why I said ne. Usually when I say daijobu, it's daiyo. I don't know why I added a ne on the end of daijobu. I don't know why I did that. Oh, really? Oh, I'm studying Japanese. I'm in my second year. So I've been studying it for, like, in actual classes, I've been studying it for about a year and a half now. So, maybe, yeah. I'm not like fluent in Japanese or anything. I'm like maybe an N5. Like an upper N5. I've just started the N4 material like 2 weeks ago. Yeah. I've just started the N4 material like a couple weeks ago, so you're by yourself. It's rough. It's hard. It's a hard language. I have to, I'm not taking it through, like, a specific college or anything. I have a language school, that's in a nearby city, and they happen to, offer, like a localized language class, in like a 4-H club up here. So I do that once a week, in addition to, like, my day job and then like all the manga that I end up drawing. I guess I should introduce myself. So hi, my name, for anyone who hasn't met me yet, my name is Art Crumbs. I work a day job in community management for a comic platform called Global Comics. I do everything from blogs to social media, and promotion and more. As far as my manga goes, I've been drawing manga for been drawing manga since I'd say like 2018. I've been drawing manga specifically, but I've been drawing in general since 2009 now. As far as like publication, I've done some lettering for it was formerly called T-Pub, but now it's called Neil's Twisted Comics, which is a publisher in the UK. I did a little bit of lettering and design work for them. I have my own self-published series called Godsbane. And then I have a one-shot that I published with Viz Media as part of the one-shot program. Anatta. Oh, you don't want to use anatta here. You don't want to use anatta. Manga wa mai desu ka? Godsbane desu. So, manga no name wa nan desu ka? Why? Anatta is something that you would really like. Anatta can be seen as like kind of rude or vulgar or too formal. When you're speaking to someone that you don't know. You can actually, in this particular case, you can. Omae is really rude. Anatta is really something that you would only use in like an intimate setting, or with someone that you're like really really comfortable with, or if you're like trying to be rude. In this particular instance, it would be better to just say, manga no name wa nan desu ka? You know, nani desu ka? Or whatever, you know, so that would be better. No, that's okay. It's fine. It's okay. You know, you're good. We all make the anatta mistake at some point. I certainly did. So you're good. I know I was that person once, so you're fine. Better to learn with me than with like an actual Japanese speaker. You know what I mean? Like an actual like Japanese, like Nihonjin. Like it's better with me than with someone else. Yeah, I mean, anatta can be used in some cases, but in general, I wouldn't recommend it. Really? And they've been using anatta? I mean, I would trust a native speaker over me, but if they've been using it, I mean, I wouldn't use it personally. Not with people, strangers on the internet. Godsbane is seinen. It's technically gekika, not manga. But you could classify it as a seinen manga. The manga that I have with Viz Media though, Onami, it is shonen. Yeah, demographic is better. So they're actually completely separate things. So like demographic is more like what type of audience is it for in terms of like like typical gender and age. Um, Demographic can be more than those things, but in reference to like manga, it tends to be like who is the primary audience in terms of like gender and age. And so Godsbane is definitely a seinen manga, if you want to call it manga. I personally tend to classify Godsbane more as gekiko rather than manga. But Onami is shonen. Onami is the one shot that I have published with Viz Media. So I've explored kind of both, but I prefer seinen manga, both for reading and making. Hello, fellow stranger on the internet. Is there a place for people who still draw traditionally? Oh, abso-freaking-lutely when it comes to manga? Do you mean specifically with manga? Abso-freaking-lutely. I still draw traditionally. I just don't, I don't do it, like, professionally. Drawing traditionally for me is more like my own personal guilty pleasure that I do for myself. A lot of mangaka in Japan still draw traditionally. So there is absolutely a place for traditional artists, as long as you can keep up. That's the key there. And also, like, a lot of mangaka have assistants. So, keep in mind that if you want to be published professionally, that you may end up having to get assistants just to keep up. As long as you can keep up, they don't care what you do. Most manga is made traditionally. A lot of it is, yeah. It depends on the mangaka. So, like Shinichi Sakamoto, who like did like Dracula, or Dracul, technically, it's Dracul, excuse me, is more digital. They use like a lot of 3D models and brushes and assets and all that kind of stuff. And then you can have like other mangaka, like Kishimoto, Oda, all those guys. They're still traditional, old school. A popular mangaka who's mostly digital now is Hiroyuki Takei, who did Shaman King, and is doing all of the like Shaman King sequels now. So, well, it's dojinka, not dojishika. Dojinka. Dojinka, can do whatever they want. Like, there's no rules. I mean, it's indie. It's just indie manga. Like, you can do whatever you want. There's no rule. And same thing with manga in general. Like, there's no rule. Like, even some of, like, the people in the Viz one-shot program, they did everything traditionally. I believe Resenter was done almost entirely traditionally. I have to ask Gigi if anything was digital other than the lettering. I think it was all traditional. So, I completely disagree. I do not think everything is just comics, because the way that manga is created and approached and written is a completely different plot structure. The komowari, which is like the paneling, is done in a completely different way. There are concepts that exist in manga that don't exist in Western comics. So while all manga are comics, not all comics are manga. There is a line between them. Like, for example, you can't just take Jim Lee, throw him in Shonen Jump, and he can make a manga. Like, and you can't take Kishimoto and throw him in Marvel, and he'll be able to make something that looks exactly like a Marvel comic. They are similar skill sets that use principles in similar ways, but are done differently. So I don't believe they are exactly the same thing. Manga are comics, but not all comics are manga. Let's put it that way. So, oh, anyway, Comic Man, yes, you can absolutely ask me a question about Global Comics. I mean, it depends on how much you want to do your own self promotion. I mean, part of being an independent creator, whether you're being like an indie comic artist in the West or like a doujinka in Japan, like you still have to, like do self promotion. And the comic system, at least here in the States, I'm not sure where you're at, but like the comics, like indie comic circuit here in the States is a lot harder to participate in, mostly because it's really tied to where you live. So, like, for example, I'm in Tennessee. We don't have a lot of cons here. The nearest con that's actually really worth its weight to go to is, like, C2E2. Or maybe MomoCon. And both of them are, like, a 7 to 8 hour drive away from me. So, it's really hard for me to get in cons. Southeast Iowa? No shit! I'm West Tennessee. Damn, son. You might hear an ulp out of me every once in a while. Just saying. I will say though that there are a lot of people that are able to make like Western comics work. You know, as far as like make a living from it, and if Western comic folk can make it, manga like doujinka can make it. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I try to be pretty chill. I try to be pretty chill. I mean, I'm just a human being like everyone else is. I appreciate the sub. Oh, I accidentally grabbed white. I hate when I do that. Nah. There are gonna be people who say that. Yeah, there are always gonna be people who say that. And when I got my manga published by Viz, I had people telling me the same thing. So, there's always gonna be people who feel that way. Mostly they're purists. So, just do what you do. I think that's just part of something you just have to accept if you're gonna make manga outside of Japan. Is there are always gonna be people like that. Like that never goes away, unfortunately. This is a custom pen that I imported from Photoshop. A brush that I've had a very, very long time. I got it from some artist pack, and I haven't been able to figure out what pack I got it from. Like, I got it from DeviantArt. I just gotta figure out which one it was. It's called a Dry Mark, or sorry, Dirty Mark Dry. I'll write it out for you, and maybe you can find it. It's called Dirty Mark. Oh, I spelled it wrong. It's called Dirty Mark Dry. Like I said, I got it from a Photoshop pack. And I used to draw with it all the time when I was using Photoshop. And now I just use it in Clip Studio. The problem though is it only works on monochrome. In the sense, like, it'll, like, to get the effect that I have, it has to be on a monochrome layer. So with Global Comics, so here's the question. So with Global Comics now having content from DC Comics along with other big publishers like Image or Dark Horse, do you think this will have an effect on the indie titles on the platform? Okay, I have to ask before I give you my answer. are you asking me as a staff member of Global Comics, which I am, or are you asking a creator? Because creator me and staff member me will probably give you different answers. Like, and I don't want to answer as a creator if you're asking me as a staff member, because I keep those personalities separate. So I need to know who you're asking. Thank you everyone who's dropped a like so far. I appreciate you. I can answer either or. So I'll answer as a creator. That's what I feel most comfortable using right now, especially because I'm off clock and I don't want to be working on clock on my stream. So my answer is this. Yes, I do feel that it will have some form of impact, because there is now more competition, but my answer would be the same even if there were suddenly a lot more indie comics on the platform. Whether it's an indie comic, whether it's a publisher comic, whenever you have more comics or more creators, whatever, on the more publishers, more creators, more small press, whatever, you're going to have more competition. It doesn't really matter. The difference is when me personally, as coming from a creator perspective, like, do I fear having Dark Horse and Image and DC on the platform? No, absolutely not. I do not fear having them on the platform. I do not fear that they're going to take readers away from me for a couple of reasons. One, I feel like the people who come to read DC aren't the type of people who are gonna they are not the same demographic as the people who want to read my stuff. Like, is there possibly some overlap? Yeah, absolutely. However, if someone reads Superman, they're probably not going to be interested in Godsbane. So the people who come to read DC don't mean anything to me. As far as, like, they're not my target audience, most likely. When it comes to maybe, like, Image or Dark Horse, maybe that's a little bit of a closer demographic, depending on what the comic is. The thing is you can't, like, look at and say, hey, there's a publisher here that a lot of people are going to want to read that publisher. Okay, cool. But, like, how are you, as a creator, going to say, hey, I want you to read my stuff? You still have to promote. Like, even if it was only indie creators, let's just hypothetically say that Global Comics was just indie creators, no publishers, you still have to compete with all of the other indie creators. So, like, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. Like, you're still gonna have to compete with people, whether it's publishers, whether it's other indie creators, maybe indie creators that are much bigger than you and more popular than you. Like, I'm just gonna use me as an example. I have, like, almost 900 followers for Godsbane on Global Comics. I have, like, 430 followers on my Global Comics creator profile. So between the two of those, counting duplicates, I've got, like, 1,200 notifications that are gonna go out anytime I publish something. So, like, does that give me an unfair advantage over someone who just created their profile? Absolutely. But I've also been on the platform probably a lot longer than other people. So they're going to have to work just like I did all those years ago. I've been on the platform since 2018. We all start from somewhere. And so you're going to have to figure out, how do I target audience? How do I either bring people to the platform who aren't Global Comics readers yet, or how do I find the people who aren't on Global Comics yet that I can be the reason why they come to the platform? You know, like, you've got multiple options. So it's not like the only readers that you have are only the people that are already on Global Comics. The entire internet is available to you as a reader if you know how to target them and make them interested enough to come to the platform to read your stuff. So I wouldn't, like, look at publishers being brought to the platform as a threat. If anything, they bring more people to the platform who may go, hey, that was a really great comic. I'm really glad I read this comic. Ooh, what's this in my recommendations? I'm going to go read that. Or, hey, maybe I'm going to do a search for something that has, like, mythology and an anti-hero, you know, and they're going to go, oh, hey, this was really awesome. Like, here's this title called Godsbane. Let me check that out. Like, if anything, it's bringing more traffic to the platform in general, and those readers are likely to read something else. And the question is, how do I say, hey, they originally came in for XYZ, how do I bring them in if I think they're a demographic that I could also utilize? You know what I mean? So that's my answer as a creator. As a fellow creator, that's how I approach this. Sorry guys, I stopped drawing to focus for a minute on what I was saying. I don't feel threatened by DC. I don't feel threatened by Image. I don't feel threatened by Dark Horse, like, as a creator. Because one, I don't give a dang. Like, I don't care about competition. I really don't. I'm not here to outcompete Dark Horse. Okay, I'm here to say how can I take the people that they're bringing in and use that to my advantage. So, rather than compete, try to work with them. You know what I mean? Try to like go with the flow. Hey B, what's up? How you doing? Thank you. I really love drawing rocks. There is no way to describe how much I love drawing rocks. I just love drawing rocks. Let's see. You're welcome. Let's see. Dakota says, my goal is to eventually get to a financial independent state by my comics and stories. I currently don't have much following, but hopefully I can grow and not make my living doing commissions all the time. I mean, if you're making like a living on your art in general, you've already got like half the battle. Like I purposely work a regular day job in the comics industry, well, comics/manga industry, because technically my job touches both of them. But I purposely work a non-artist job because I want to save my creativity for when it's time to draw after work. And that way I have great health insurance, I have amazing benefits, I have more than I need left over at the end of the month, so like I'm doing really good there. And that way I'm free to draw whatever I want. If I didn't have manga to draw, I could just like F off and go play video games all day. You know, if I want to take a day and I just want to draw like something self-indulgent, I can. You know, I don't have to worry about drawing for other people and then being tired. And because I used to do that, I used to draw commissions, but I quit freelance work, so I could just get like a regular day job. Jim Lee actually did break my brain when he did Hush, and now I'm obsessed with drawing the treads of shoes and boots. Right? Yeah, sometimes you just find something that you just really love doing. And for me, it's backgrounds. I love backgrounds. I love backgrounds. They're like my heart and soul. Sorry guys, I'm a little slow because I'm a talker. I am such a talker when it comes to streams. I'm really sorry. I'm such a chatty box. So I apologize if my productivity suddenly tanks. I'm sorry. I mean, nowhere locally is hiring me, and my mom's oh, I see, that makes it rough. Yeah, and support her when my money goes bills is very much factoring the big bug. I see. Yeah, I live yeah, I can understand what you mean. You know, when you said like South Iowa, I can understand that. I had the same problem, and I used to live in South Dakota, like Sioux Falls area, so I know exactly what you mean. I know exactly what you mean. I had the same problem. Like I used to live down near Yankton, Well, I mean, technically, I was in a smaller town, more north of Yankton, real small, like one of them like 700-person towns, and I had to drive like 66 miles into Sioux Falls just to work a job that paid me more than like $10 an hour. You know what I mean? You know, so I did like commissions for a little bit, and then I got a job up in Sioux Falls, and once I had enough money saved up, I went ahead and moved into a little apartment up there in Sioux Falls. Yeah, yeah. You yeah, you know what I mean. Yeah, no, you know. Hi, Miso. It's my cat. Miso, say hi to everybody. If you're gonna bug me, you might as well say hi to everyone. Wah, wah, wah. Yeah. Wah. Alright, it's my cat. She suddenly wants to be on the show, I guess. Right, Miso? Yeah. Let me show you guys what Miso looks like. This is my cat, Miso. Say hi. Say hi to the cat. It's really dark in my office right now, so I can't turn on the light. You guys won't be able to see her, but... Miso, Miso. Say hi to your fans. Yeah. She is really adorable. Thank you. Like I said, you know, I'm here. If you guys have Global Comics questions, I'm happy to answer them. So, you're very welcome. Any chance I get to show Miso, I like to do it. She's got so many fans. Look at all these like rocks that I'm absolutely obsessing over that I have no business obsessing over. Oh, is it bath time, Miso? Yeah. Well, that's what you wanted. You just wanted me to pick you up and put you in your bed so you can do your bath. That's okay. This is acceptable. Ah, set up. She's a happy cat. She's over there making biscuits now. Working very hard at the biscuit factory while I sit here and draw. I'm the type of person that hops around my drawing, so if that bothers you, I am not sorry. You should know better. I love the brush you're using. Thanks. It's I'm gonna see. Maybe I can. I don't think I can resell it. So what I might do. I don't know if I can resell or distribute it because I need to figure out what pack it's from. It's Well, I'll show you what it does when it's on color, and maybe you guys can find something really similar. So this brush this is basically what it looks like normally. It's like a dry, it's like a dry brush, like an actual like dry paintbrush. And so if you can find a dry paintbrush, it might be something really similar. What I do though, is I put the, oh, I'm in Control Z. I have it on monochrome, so when it's on monochrome, it acts completely differently. It's the same brush. It just acts completely differently when you put it on monochrome. No, I actually use a Shueisha template. Um, which is, oh gosh, I don't know what size I use. Let me check. I don't even know. I don't know why it's in inches. Let me check. Files, story, project settings. Oh, I can't check because I've got a file open. But I can do a quick conversion really quick. Let me just open the page settings and I'll just do a conversion really quick. Page settings. It's 10 by 14-ish, so I think that's a B5. Let me check. No, it's not B5. It might be B4. Well, it's not that either. And you know what? Maybe you're right, and I just don't know what the frick I'm using. A4 paper. Okay, it's not that. It's a little bit bigger. Am I on an A3? That's close. Maybe I'm on B3. It's somewhere between a B3 and a B4. It's the Shueisha template. I'd have to close on my pages, and I don't want to do that. Yeah, I just use the Shueisha A template. Shueisha A template is what I use. Yeah, B5 is pretty normal for like doujinshi. Do you think Ichi the Witch? Huh? You're asking me if Ichi the Witch copied my style? No. I don't think that's possible. Yeah, no, that's fine. Even if they did, which they didn't, I don't care. Like, props to them, I guess. I literally wouldn't care, even if they did. I'm not competitive and gatekeepy in that way. Oh my god, you draw rocks the same way I do. I'm so offended that you stole my style. How dare you? Like, come on. Oh my god. People who are like that are overly competitive, just are sad people to me. They have to like, oh god, you stole my style. I don't care. I really don't. What's allowed for content on Global Comics? Okay, so I'm assuming you're asking the staff member here. So let me just link you to our content policy. Our content policy pretty much explains everything pretty well. Let me grab this for you. Content policy. Excuse me if I go into customer service voice. It's unintentional. So with our with our content policy, we have a list of obscenity do's and don'ts, as well as hate speech do's and don'ts. The typical stuff, you know, we don't want to, like, you know, show like minors, you know, doing like R34 stuff. Don't denigrate people. Don't do hate speech. You know, like if you want to use F-bombs or you want to show like non-sexual nudity, that's perfectly fine. Like if you have a like butt cheek showing or like a nipple showing, you know, and there's like a greater context to it, we're not gonna like axe your comic or something. You know, so here's our content policy. That'll give you, if you ever have like a question or like say you have like some pages and you want to send them to us, you're always welcome to send stuff to us. I believe our email is on this page. Let me just double check. We're always happy to take a look at things. If people like, if creators want to send us something and say, hey, like I'd like to just double check and make sure that this is okay. Yep, here. So, you can contact us. I did not mean to open that page. There is a line where you can contact us. If you need the email, I can go ahead and get that to you if you want it now. If you want to, like, send us something in advance just to have us look over it first, that's perfectly fine. We never mind. For sure, absolutely. So, I'm sorry, that was Outlook. So Global Comics is or Crumbs is global, not local. So Global Comics is a publishing platform, hosting and publishing platform for both indie creators as well as publishers. So we have publishers like Image, Dark Horse, DC. We have like Western publishers. We also have a few manga publishers that we have. We kind of just have like a variety of things. We also have like some more like vertical stuff like Day Comics. We just brought on Stranger Comics, which is really awesome, and we just released DC Comics in October. So lots of really really cool things going on. We just brought on Dark Horse in September, so we're definitely growing. Some more cool stuff coming that I can't tell you about. There's a lot more really cool stuff coming that I'm really excited to share with people. But anyone can upload. You don't need permission. And as long as your stuff meets our content policy in terms of use, you're free to monetize from day one. They didn't quit. They wrapped up their series. Like like everything has to end eventually, guys. Like that stuff can't go on forever. Maybe they have other stuff they want to work on. You know? Overworked. No, their series just ended. Like I know contrary to popular belief, a manga series can end and like then there's no more of it. Like not everything has got to be One Piece. In fact, if everything was One Piece and just went on forever, I'd be really really depressed, honestly. Like I'm glad when a series ends because then I can close that chapter of my life and like move on to something else. I mean, granted, I didn't read My Hero Academia or JJK, but I know that they meant a lot to a lot of people. I can go read the next thing. Well, they're getting better about it. There's new laws that have been passed. They're supposed to help freelancers and mangaka. So yeah, Detective Conan is still going as far as I'm aware. No, that's why the best thing you can do is support them. Like, just support them during the time they take some time off and be understanding. And when they come back, like, continue to support them again. You know? It's really all, that's all really the only thing that we can do from over here is just support them when they come back. Support them while they're gone and support them when they come back. Same thing with, like, Togashi. Togashi Sensei, everyone was crapping on Togashi for taking a bunch of breaks and hiatuses, and when he finally came back, we were able to learn about what he was really going through. Even with the few details that he shared. And a lot of people were like, gee, like, I felt really bad, like, saying those things. I'm like, yeah, I know, like, I told you guys, so, like, leave him alone. So, people are really mean about stuff like that. So, because they don't know, I mean, it doesn't make it okay, but, me personally, I use a sitting desk. My desk doesn't stand, but I do want to get one of those things that'll lift it. The problem is the desk that I have at the moment. I have 3 screens. Like I have my laptop, and I have like my regular monitor, and then I have my Cintiq. So I would need to get a whole desk rather than like just like a small thing. So, and they're not cheap. So I would need to like just buy a whole new desk. And I don't really have the money for that right now. But I do make sure throughout the day. I actually typically use a Pomodoro timer. I'm not going to do it while I'm streaming. But normally I use a Pomodoro timer. And like I'll take like, I work like 25 minutes on and then I take 5 minutes break. And I just do that throughout my workday. I take 5 minutes, I go walk up and down stairs, or I go play with my cat, or go get some water, just getting up and walking around every 20-25 minutes or so. As time allows me to. Sometimes I'm in a meeting and can't do that, so. You know, just take control of your health. That's all you can really do. You know, take responsibility for it. Oh, thank you. I love drawing rocks. My work days usually wake up, work on comms, help my mom if she needs it, work on Doji if I have time. Let's see, I have it sitting up, but I do try to consciously get up every 30 minutes. Yeah. Yeah, I just turn on my timer so that I can just go do my thing. So, get up. Come on, Clip Studio. Bruh. There he goes. Okay, goodness gracious. It's making me work extra hard today. Mentally. Scaring me, bud. I'm gonna make these 2 separate rocks. Yeah. Bro, it's making me work too hard. I just really love drawing rocks. In fact, when I was at art school, my my senior picture, it's like we all had to draw a senior portrait. My senior portrait was me as a rock. I'm dead ass serious. How often do you utilize the 3D model parts of Clip Studio? It depends. I do as best I can to not utilize them. However, if I'm short on time, I'm not afraid to use any models. So it kind of depends on the page. Sometimes I utilize pre-drawn assets to just help me get through things faster. Sometimes I just use a model. For example, with the building here, this was absolutely a 3D model, like a super basic 3D model that I just completely draw over. So just to make my life easier. Because I like the basic silhouette of it, and then I just customize it from there. So, Crumbs, Pro like you, make my background look so simple. I just enjoy drawing backgrounds more than I enjoy drawing characters. It's that simple. I'm going to buy a Manga Club book at the bookstore I saw. There's a lot of really good, like, books out there. There's a lot of really good manga books out there, so... Need to get some affiliate links in my description. Just kidding. Just kidding. No, I don't. I'm not a channel to hear promote people's other stuff. I don't really care about that too much. Maybe someday I'll care about that. I just want to draw rocks. I haven't drawn any rocks yet, but I hope I can do it well. I use 3D model stuff with perspective. Yeah. I'll basically, that's kind of what I utilize it for, is to help me with perspective. If I'm really struggling with something, like all of the different angles on this building, I'm not gonna do that by myself. I'm not gonna do that by myself. I mean, come on. Work smarter, not harder. I got stuff to do. Okay, so here's all the stuff that I have. I have my day job with Global Comics, so I work 9 to 6 for that. And then after that, depending on the day, I go straight to Japanese class with like no break in between. And then I'm not home until 3 hours or 4 hours later. Because class is at least 2 hours long. It takes me about an hour to get there. It takes me another like 30-45 minutes to get home. So it's like a whole 4-hour deal. If it's not class night, then I might be teaching for the Learn to Draw Manga channel, which I'm also doing now, like the Learn to Draw Manga, like the Philippines one shot and like manga school thing. I'm a mentor for them now. Not a teacher, I'm a mentor. So I just help people with their homework. And then, so sometimes I have to do that in the evenings. It kind of depends on which week it is. On Sundays, I have Japanese study sessions with my classmates. So we study together for like 2 to 3 hours. But I also have my current manga, which I'm working on now. Excuse me. I also have to work on the Viz one-shot with Hisashi-san. So I have that I have to do as well. And then I live by myself. I have a cat that needs taken care of, and I have dishes and laundry and cleaning and cooking. I have to do all of that stuff by myself. So, I have a lot of stuff to do. And I still have to be human. Like, I still have to sleep, and I still have to eat, and I still have to, like, rest. Find time to just be a human every once in a while. And then I have marketing and YouTube videos and lots of stuff. So like it's just learning how to like master your time. Yeah, I would if I went back to school, I would absolutely go for Japanese language. Hands down, that is absolutely what I would go for. I would totally skip business because that's something I can learn on the job. So I would skip business. But I would definitely go for language. Is what I would go for, personally. Yep, I am teaching for Learn to Draw Manga now. So, well, I'm not teaching, I'm mentoring. They're different. So, the difference is, they call them a coach. A coach is an actual teacher. They're actually in they're doing the actual teaching. And then what I'm doing is I am reviewing and providing feedback on the homework, on side projects, whatever projects and assignments they have the students do. I do that. So I'm not like a teacher. I'm more like a mentor. I'm closer to a sub than like an actual teacher or a tutor. A tutor would be a better example. I'm not an actual teacher. I'm more like a tutor. They pay me to do it. They pay me to tutor the students outside of actual class time. So it's kind of a better way of putting it, I suppose. Yeah, I do that like once a week. Not quite once a week, maybe like once every 2 weeks. Alright, I think the rocks are fine. Let me zoom out a little bit. Good enough for me. Oops, sorry, I got a little too focused there. What's up? Whoa, that went over too far. I went into hyper focus mode. Woohoo! Brain does that sometimes. Let's see. Sometimes if I get really caught down with dynamic foreshortening shots I take, Blender and Renner. Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, Blender's a great idea. Did you know that you can import Blender models into Clip Studio? Did you know that? You can. Let's see. How's it going? I'll find the online mission. That's Master Emerald Shrine. Master Emerald Shrine. I don't know what that means. How's that oh, it's going pretty good. I've had a couple sessions so far. And I'll be doing like a custom session for like Komawari, and like Kishoten kits and all of that stuff here pretty soon, so. Yeah, the students seem to really, really like the stuff that I have to offer, so that's good. If the students are happy, I'm happy. The only thing that kind of sucks about it is the taxes, because it's technically a Japanese company, so I have to pay taxes twice. That's literally my only complaint, is the taxes. Yeah, the actual job itself has been great so far. Everyone's kind and understanding, and, you know, everyone's from all over the world, so there's always different holidays and stuff going on, so, you know, we all, you know, seems to be a pretty chill place, so, you know, I like it. No complaints. You know, extra money is always appreciated. Alright, I think I got everything. What is going on here? There's a black line missing. That's an easy fix. Oh, maybe it's not an easy fix. What layer is this? We get to play the what layer is this game? There it is. There we go. Ta-da! Okay. Knuckles, the echidna from Sonic, protects the Emerald Shrine on Angel Island, where the Emerald itself resides in a shrine. Oh, I will be dead honest. The only thing that I know when it comes to Sonic is what I know from the video games. And that was a long time ago. A very long time ago. I am not a spring chicken anymore. And then the movies. But I need to rewatch them before the next one comes out. I've forgotten some of it. So I need to go back and rewatch them before I watch the next movie. Yeah, I'm not a video game person. Like, I don't really enjoy playing video games that much. I never have. I've never been a big video game person. Other than, like, Pokemon and Okami. And even with Pokemon, I stopped after Generation 3. Like, I played 1, 2, and 3 as they came out when I was younger. But after that, I stopped playing. Until I got, like, I believe I got, Scarlet. And I picked, so, imagine going from, like, Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald to Scarlet. My brain is like, what did they do to my game? What did they do? Everything's different. I feel like an old person. I feel like it's someone from the 50s stepping into the 2020s. I'm like, what is happening? TMs are infinite now? What? Back in my day, I had to remake them TMs by hand. or sorry, let me rephrase. Back in my day, only HMs were infinite. I only got to use each TM once. And if I used it, I had to go buy it again. Sometimes one was all you got. Back in my day. Chess? Nice. I love the game Okami. That's my jam. That is my jam. I want to make an Okami dojinshi of like the actual like canon game, like the canon story, but in comic form. So when that happens, I don't frickin' know. I've already got 2 manga that I'm making. I don't have time for a 3rd. I really have time for the 2 that I'm doing now. How long were you streaming for today? I've been streaming so far 1 hour and 24 minutes. How long will I stream today? I don't know. Until I'm too tired. And if you guys remember my old streams back in the day, like of my YouTube channel, back when I was actually consistent, I could pretty easily go up to like a 5-6 hour stream. Well, I got some work to get done on my own work, but still listening to stream and watch. Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm doing my best to stream more. It's been a little while, so you caught me at a good time. Done it. Let's see. I've toyed with the idea of making a fan comic or 2, though I fear may prevent me from working on original stuff. Yeah. My suggestion would be is figure out what's your priority. But if you've not been able to finish something before, pick one thing and then finish it. Pick one thing. And then work on that. Get the practice of finishing something before you add another project. Speaking from personal experience. Practice finishing something first. That's why I always recommend young mangaka to start with one-shots, rather than jumping headfirst into, like, this long One Piece style epic. Been there, made that mistake myself a couple times. Definitely don't recommend. Would not recommend. I don't know why I put this here. That's good enough. The point is clear. That's all that matters. All I'm here to do is suggest texture, not draw all of it. I have better stuff to do. Let's see. Actually, before I go, I do find difficulty finding my priority. I make adult-rated comics. I don't really want to be known for that. Just use a pseudonym. Even Naoko, who did Sailor Moon, she started with hentai. You know, ecchi hentai type stuff. So like, just use a pen name. You're good to go. Just use a pen name. Everyone does that. I used to do not safe for work commissions, but no one will ever know because if anyone can ever find my username and that account associated with me, like you'll get a golden cookie. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, it's really common in mangaka. A lot of mangaka will do like adult rated work. Yeah, even Toriyama did like a little bit of naughty work. Hear that? It's in her freaking like Wikipedia. What are you talking about? Wouldn't I have to make a separate business? It depends. Honey's like, I see that as a personal challenge. I mean, it depends. Yeah, if you choose to use a different if you just use a different pen name, then theoretically, you could still make it part of your business. Just legally, it wouldn't be like either way. Legally, you have to report your earnings. So if you want to make it a whole separate business, you absolutely can. It's completely up to you. Just keep in mind that that's an extra business account that you have to have. That's an extra business savings account that you have to have. Like you have to be really careful. That's like an extra. Like if you. I believe you can use your EIN twice. I'm not entirely sure. You'd have to look up your local laws. I would definitely consult a tax professional rather than me, because I am not a tax professional and I cannot give you legal tax professional advice. So let's see. He's returning to his roots. I wouldn't have to make a separate business. I could cookie. What? Dragon Ball is pure. Toriyama isn't. Have I just ruined a lot of you guys? Yeah. I'm not sure. I know, like, when I was doing commissions, I just kept it under one. I just had a different screen name, and I had a separate email, but they all ultimately went to the same accounts. Because you can connect multiple accounts to like a PayPal or something, like multiple emails. You can have multiple emails funnel into the same PayPal. So, that's what I did. So, yeah, I would definitely use a different name if that's something you're worried about. Yeah, I would do some research. Ask Reddit. Reddit's good for that kind of stuff. Alright, let's, enough goofing. Let's, get this, Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, I have not safe for work art of my characters, absolutely, and I'm trying to decide like what I want to do with them. I don't know what I want to do with them. I know Patreon can be kind of grumpy if you're doing not safe for work art. I've seen some people just outright get their Patreons like axed. So I'm trying to decide what I want to do with it. If I want to actually do anything with it. So I'm not sure yet. But yeah, I'm definitely not afraid to draw not safe for work art. I don't really care that much. Like, it's just art to me. It's whatever. And if people want to judge me for drawing nice not safe for work art, then they can, like, suck my imaginary dick. Like, I don't give a shit. Haters gonna hate. Yeah, I was gonna say, Dragon Ball was not pure. Not at all. What are your thoughts on having your own website and posting a series there? Okay. I'm gonna ask a clarifying question before I answer. Posting there before other platforms. Okay, so then you would have other platforms you're posting to. The problem with having your own websites is you're starting from virtually zero. There's zero SEO. There's zero, like, like residual traffic, because for example with something like Global Comics or Tapas or Webtoons, there's residual traffic that's going there for other stuff that you can then funnel into your work. When it's your own website, you have to fight to be seen on a search, you have to fight to get people to your website, possibly have to sign up if they want to read stuff. You have to create a custom UI that looks good, that works good, that's appeasing, that's easy to read, easy to understand. Do all that coding. Like you're responsible for all of that. So and then there's also like an initial startup cost of getting the website, getting the domain, all that stuff. I think having that in addition to other platforms is a great idea. Posting there first would definitely encourage people to go to that versus the other platforms. It kind of makes your website like the official authority on your stuff. I would be very careful though. The way that you have to market it has to be very much promoting the idea of like, you get this here first. And it can be hard convincing people to go to someone else's personal website for security reasons as well. Some people don't feel comfortable going to people's websites because they don't know what's on someone else's website. They don't know, like, I know you wouldn't do those things, but like people who don't know you will have to trust you that your website is safe. So there's that aspect as well, especially in the age of digital, like cybersecurity and stuff. So like yeah, so you just gotta be really careful. So is this just a really common thing? Do you mean when it's really common? Are you referring to like mangaka making non-safe for work stuff? Absolutely, it is a really common thing. Just not everyone shows it. I make non-safe for work art all the time. I just never post it. I have a friend that I share it with. Like we role play together. Like we mix our comic worlds together. And we just like play it out, and we put our characters in situations that they may like not normally ever be in, and we draw art of each other's characters. But like I just don't post that artwork anywhere else. So it's just private stuff. I guess it's for fun. It's just for fun. So it doesn't need to be posted anywhere. So I keep it to myself. Oh, it's just part of the artwork. Okay. Let's see. Thanks for the input, Crumbs. I want to build myself and maybe via platforms. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with having mirrors. The only thing is the more mirrors you add, like the more responsibility you have to keep those mirrors updated if you want. Like for example, I have Godsbane on Global Comics, but I do technically also have it on Namikomi. But Namikomi, for me personally, is a mirror. I don't really use it other than just like an extra place to upload it. I'm not actively trying to promote Namikomi. I mostly made an account because I wanted to save my username. And I wanted to at least have Godsbane up there. So, like, as I finish a chapter, I may throw it up on the platform. But I'm not, like, dedicated to Namikomi or anything. I definitely prefer Global Comics because it gives me the option to monetize whenever I want, however I want. Like, I don't have to ask permission or earn the right to monetize like I do with Namikomi. So that's why I prefer Global Comics. Just like as an example, if I had my own website, I would definitely upload there. The problem is like a lot of the comic plugins that you make, they're only left to right. And so because my manga's right to left, I have had a really hard time finding a plugin that I could use without having to custom code it myself. Shield thine eyes, children. I'm about to use a brush to draw fire. I don't want to ruin the illusion that I do everything by myself. Oh. Yeah, doing non-safe work art is a really good way to master anatomy. Yeah, I mostly uploaded it there just so I could secure its place. Here's the thing. Never, ever, ever put all your eggs in one basket. Never. Even I am not going to put all my eggs in one basket. I am not so naive as to put all my eggs in one basket. Yep. Basically. It's the way that I see it. gets easier with practice, B. I've just been doing it this way a really long time. I mean, that's up to you, Mango. Do you want the responsibility of having two separate brands? Do you think that having one brand together would be more detrimental? So, I think that's something that only you can decide. Well, Gang, I just saw your comment. It shouldn't be another 6 months. Oh, bye, Michael. Thanks for coming. I appreciate it. So King, the reason why I stepped away from streaming is a multitude of reasons. I actually have a YouTube video coming out, like, hopefully tomorrow that will explain all of that. Oh, knowing me, it'll probably be later this week. But yeah, so I've been away. I've had a lot of things going on between, Viz Media and, like, illness and other stuff that's been affecting me. So there's a couple reasons I've been away. The main thing being that I was just busy with Viz. And I had a really hard time managing Godsbane and Global Comics and Viz Media and the Okami manga that I had already started by that point, and my Japanese class and my full-time job. So like I had a really hard time like trying to manage everything. And so like I had to step away from YouTube for a little bit because I could not do everything. Like I already was at like 80 hours a week between everything and without YouTube, and so adding on YouTube would have put me like well over like 90 hours a week. Even if I just streamed like an hour a day, like the preparation, like it takes me like a good 30 minutes to prepare for my stream, because I gotta get my stuff set up, I gotta make the thumbnail, I gotta get ready, get all the links ready to go, like I have a lot of stuff I gotta do. So like it would easily be like another 2 hours every single time I try to stream, plus the actual stream time. So like it was just really hard to do everything, and I started getting really ill. Like I stopped eating, I stopped drinking water, I stopped sleeping, because I was just trying to do like everything, right? So I let something go, and it was YouTube. And I let Godsbane go too. I in terms of drawing Godsbane, so what happened was I actually got accepted into the Viz one-shot program. Timothy, since you're new, I'll go ahead and explain. I got accepted into oh, hang on, Mingo asked a question. Let me hang on. Somehow I feel like separating my comic art from QT brand, but the troubling thought of two separate brands. I feel like your comic and your QT stuff is fine. I don't think you need to separate the brands. I don't think so. Because like your comic and your like super cutesy stuff are pretty similar. You know, like your comic is meant to be happy and inspirational and, you know, like inspiring. Like that's what it's meant to be, if you know, from talking with you about it. So having cutesy feel good art goes along with that. So I wouldn't worry about it too much. If you were like worried about that, I wouldn't. I wouldn't worry about it. But Timothy, to sort of explain, so in September of August of last year, I got invited into the Viz Media one-shot program, and so I started working with Hisashi Sasaki last August to get a one-shot put together, and I went into I call it this affectionately, but I call it revision hell, where I'm basically just like drawing over like the same name, like the same storyboards again and again and again and again, like trying to get it approved. I say that affectionately, but it's basically just drawing revisions over and over and over again until it gets approved. And in March of this year, I put out chapter 1 for Godsbane. And so from like from September, like late August, early September until like February, I was really busy trying to get sketches out for the one shot. And when I got it submitted, I did a couple streams. I went back to working on Godsbane, and I got a response faster than I thought I would from Hisashi-san. And so then I went back to working on the name, and then I got that done at the very end of March, and then I got the chapter 1 of Godsbane finished, and it was a few weeks after that, so immediately after I finished chapter 1 for Godsbane, I started chapter 2, and like 3 weeks after I started chapter 2, I got the final approval from Viz to go ahead and finish my one-shot, to finish the pages. That was like the very end of April, right before I went to Toronto for the Comics Arts Festival. So like, so like I knew when I went to Toronto that I had been accepted already, like formally. And so from that point until like San Diego Comic-Con, it was like purely Onami. I stopped everything. So from like late April to the very end of July, it was basically like Onami, and was the thing that consumed my life, in addition to like my day job and my Japanese class and just like trying to live and survive. I basically like stopped drawing on Godsbane, but I kept writing, like I kept working on the script and stuff. And then after that, I hit a really bad burnout, and my health had started getting really bad. Like I gained like 40 pounds between early July and I want to say like early October. I gained like 40 pounds. I know why now, and like I'm fine now. I can talk about that later if you guys want, but like I started getting really ill, and I gained a bunch of weight, and I was fatigued and tired all the time, and I just didn't feel good. And so I just didn't have the energy to work on it. And then at early October, right before Comic-Con, I lost 8 of my pages from chapter 2. Like I finished chapter 2, and as I was transferring it to my computer so that I could upload it, 8 of the 16 pages got corrupted. And so since early October, I've been redrawing those 8 pages, but I was so devastated and so depressed about it that I said, nope, I don't want to draw. I don't feel like it anymore. And so I just kind of just slowly over the last month and a half have been redrawing those 8 pages. So it's been a journey. That's where I've been. That's where I've been, y'all. Between the medical stuff and class and Onami and all that other stuff, it's been a bit of a journey coming back. But I'm here now. I'm here. It's what matters. So I'm back. I'm gonna do my best to keep it that way. So life is hard. Life is hard. Yeah, shit happened. Life happened. But I'm doing my best. Yep, definitely on the up and up. So health is getting in order. We've identified the problem, and I'm on medication for it. So hopefully we'll start seeing some improvements. What I will say though, is I basically stressed myself into sickness. So, between hormones being thrown off and stress, I basically stressed myself into being sick. So don't be stressed. Don't be stressed. I'm sure that's not that helpful, but moral of the story: stress bad. Stress bad. Oh, there's a space there that doesn't belong there. Hmm. What layer is that? Oh, that's the rock. Okay, that's fine. I need to add a white line for that, so. That's okay. This one. Whoops. That's okay, I'll fix it. Ah, I've got my eraser on, don't I? See, it even happens to me. I'm like, why is it erasing? It has the eraser on. Oh my goodness. Brain! Why you make me work so hard? Let's see. Hope you guys are having a good time. I appreciate you staying here with me today. Sorry if I'm a little, all over the place. I promise I'm a sane person most of the time. What layer is this? Something that my fellow American cartoonist friends covet is that Deleter still sells, yep, zips. Mm-hmm. Yep. I haven't heard someone use Zipatone or zips in a while. I used to actually do all of my manga work traditionally, and so I remember getting those tones and applying them traditionally. It's a pain in the butt, and they are expensive to import. Yeah, I used to do all of that traditionally. I just don't have the patience for that anymore. I admire folks that can do it. I am not one of them. Have you ever used it? I'm sorry, do you prefer Timothy? Do you like have a preference? Creating digital halftone library, something. That's why I really like to use Clip Studio. Is you can artificially create tones and they're basically rastered. So Tim is okay. Tim is fine. Good to know. Thank you. Why don't they still make screen tone sheets in the U.S.? We got stuff like paper and nib, so why not this? That's a really good question. I am not entirely sure of the answer why they don't make them here anymore. My guess would be digital is faster, so why keep working with a technology if it's out of date, you know? Comics is pretty famous for wanting to be faster, cheaper, all of that stuff. Plus, from my knowledge, once a work is digital, like in the olden days, they used to send the pages, back and forth to each other, or they, once they got scanners, they'd scan and mail it, and whatever, all that stuff. Um, and once stuff is digital, your publisher can't take it away from you anymore. You send them a copy. I was told, I don't know if it's true or not, but I was told that Marvel used to just give away, like, old, like the actual original pages. I've heard they just used to give them away to like tourists, like going through like a tour of like the bullpen and stuff. I heard that they used to give it away. I also heard that one time there was a fire and they used paper to soak up the water. So, yeah. There are people who do it digitally now. There are still some mangaka Japan who use physical sheets. Oh yeah, oh yeah. There is no shortage of those sheets in Japan. The problem is like to import them costs a lot of money, and if those tariffs go through, it's going to cost even more. It's going to get even more prohibitively expensive. They were already expensive to begin with. Yeah, he was, yeah. For all his faults, Neil Adams did fight for the creators in a lot of ways. Yeah. I still like working traditionally every chance I get. Um, well, two things make it not very. Sorry, I'm eating. Two things make it not my preferred choice. Um, Mostly the storage. I move a lot. Okay, I don't tend to stay in one place for very long. Um, just by the nature of me, I don't like staying in one place very long. I never have. So I move around a lot. Uh, and moving all that paper is expensive. It's really expensive. So I don't do it that much. I don't do traditional as much. Also, there's the pens and the markers and the supplies and the acid-free storage, and it adds up a lot of space. It weighs a lot. You're constantly having to add and buy new materials. With digital, you have a larger upfront cost in the sense of like sometimes these machines can be prohibitively expensive, versus something like, you know, with pens and markers, you can buy a lot of them up front, but you can also choose to buy only what you need and slowly buy the rest over time. You can't do that with a tablet. You know, so it's a little bit easier to slowly build your collection for those types of things over time. It's harder to do that with digital. Um, this one will be easier. This one won't take as long. You can still draw traditionally if you like. Like, one of my friends, he, he does all of the interiors, like the actual pages themselves. He does all of them digital, but all of his covers are traditional. No, he still gets to do it, but it doesn't take up as much. Come on, clip. Let me shut these folders out. Yeah. The problem that I have with digital is I use a lot of layers. Kind of a stupid amount of layers, to be completely honest. Whoops. Sorry guys, I just got quiet there for a minute. I just decided to kind of focus for a minute. My apologies there. Getting into focus mode. Woo! So what's everyone working on? I'm assuming lots of y'all are working. Thank you all for the likes. I appreciate it. Thank you all for joining me tonight while I work on some of my own inking. I appreciate your company, even if you're just a lurker. Lurkers are always welcome here. Bye, honey. Thank you for coming by. I appreciate it. Take it easy. Sometimes I really wish that I could just go to Japan and get hired as an assistant and just go study for a while. Was working on my comic, but we just had a blackout, so just... Oh, no! You didn't have autosave turned on? Do you have autosave on? Does your program have autosave? Do you use Clip? Well, that's a bad tangent. Bruh. Bruh. Oh my goodness. Well, when... Next time you open it, you need to turn it on. If it's available. I just realized I don't know what you're saying no to. Right now I'm drawing my take on the manga format based on a tabletop gaming idea that I want to run someday. Ooh, that sounds cool. Oh. Yeah, I'm so sorry, Gabba. That's gotta be frustrating. That's gotta be so frustrating. F in the chat for Gabba. I would show the wasted scene that I have, but I feel like that's a little too mean. I have a like, you know, like in games, like when you Grand Theft Auto, like there's like a black screen and wasted that appears when you die. I have that set up for my stream when Clip Studio crashes. Yeah. Oh, I'll just show it to you. Wasted. Anytime Clip Studio crashes on me, this is what comes up on my screen. Oh my goodness, like, because that's the mood, isn't it? Do you want to see some cats? Here, look at Miso. She'll make you feel better. Here, look at some Misos. Magically, all your problems disappear. Hello, my name is Miso. I'm an adorable cat. None of your problems exist anymore. Please just be happy. I know I'm not real, but I'm here for you. I'm just a cat on a screen, but I'm very real in your mind. I don't know what that was. I don't know what that was. She's very floofy. She is 10 years old. And she has 2 teeth up. She heard her name. Hi, Miso. Hi. You want to say hi to your adoring fans? Oopsie. Oop. If I can get my mic to move. Miso, say hi. Yeah. She heard her name, and so she's like, I must go. They are calling me. Hi, Miso, ma'am. Hi, ma'am. Yeah, that's what Clip Studio has. Is it has like a temp save feature similar to like what Photoshop does. Hi, Miso, my baby girl. You gonna sit in my arm now because I said your name? She heard her name too many times, and she's like, "Hey, I gotta go over there." Miso, ma'am. Miso, ma'am. My baby girl. Baby girl, you want to sit on my lap? You want to sit on my shoulder? Oh, okay. Okay, you can sit on my shoulder. That works too. Yeah. Let me move my stuff, and I'll just let you sit on my lap instead of on my shoulder. Sorry, guys, gotta move my stuff around a minute. Miso, ma'am, come here. Come here, baby. There you go. Yeah, you want to sit right there? No? You don't want to sit there? Well, I can't hold you. I gotta draw, baby. Come here. Come on. No? You don't want to sit on my lap? Okay. She's like, just kidding. I have only one. I was supposed to have two, and I only have one instead. Trying to think here, would it be better to have this cropped off? Because it's meant to be a short panel. Like, I mean it to read really quickly, so I feel like that looks really strange if this one isn't cut off, but this one is. Choices, choices, choices. The other option would be to bring this one up. Oh, hello, Pluton of Nihon. Hello. Welcome to the stream. I'm assuming since you heard my question, you've been lurking. Nice to get to talk to you. Sketching hobos from Jack Ham's Drawing and Cartooning for Laughs. Interesting. I don't think I'm familiar with that book. Bye, Comic Man. Thank you for stopping by. As always, I know you like to stop by when I stream, so I appreciate you. Take it easy. Have a good night. if a lot of the new folks are from Blue Sky, because I know I've had a lot of new people follow me on Blue Sky lately. Let's see. A lot of classic comic strip styles and techniques for learning. That makes sense. That makes sense. Alright, let's get this mask drawn. I said turn. Jeez. I don't like having to tell it multiple times to do something. I'm more of a manga creator, but I did study Western comics initially when I was in college. So a lot of what I've learned, I've brought over from learning how to make Western comics first. I just prefer to make manga now. Clip, come on. Bro, please. A little too thick on this side. I mean, it's a hand-carved mask, so it's not going to be perfect, but... Hello, Sasuke. How are you? Oh, it's morning. Well, I'll watch once I finish school. Nice. Take it easy. Have a good day. Thanks for stopping by to say hi. Let's see. Tim said, if you're wondering where my weird comic sensibilities lie, my other comic project, was a British invasion comic artist who got a gig to do a horror anthology book. Why British invasion? I'm really curious. And then Shistendo said, what would you say was the biggest obstacle when it came to drawing? Ooh, that's a fun question. 'Cause I think it has an answer. And it relates to why I really enjoy drawing backgrounds. I don't like drawing people. And for the longest time, I didn't understand that. I didn't understand why I seemed to really struggle with drawing people in particular. And I have learned, well, let me go back. Let me step back just a teeny bit first. I find characters really boring. I don't enjoy drawing characters at all. And for me, drawing a character, whether it's, especially humans, like humans in particular, I've always found them extremely difficult. Not in the sense of, like, trying to figure out, like, how does anatomy work? Like, that I can understand. The problem that I've always had is making humans... Meow. Yeah, sorry, my cat's making noise. I'm sorry, give me one sec. Misa, what are you doing? Anyway, sorry. I've always really struggled with, like, emotions and gesture and body language. Like, communicating what that human character or human, like, anthropomorphized character that has emotions and stuff. I've always really struggled to communicate that. Like, how do I communicate that? And I never understood why, for everyone else, it seemed so easy to them. I'm like, how do you know what this facial expression looks like? Like, how do you know pride from arrogance? How do you know, like pride in, like, a good way from arrogance is, like, a cocky type of pride? How do you know, contempt versus disgust? Like, I never understood how people knew the differences between those things. It just seemed like a foreign language to me. And one of the things that I do, is therapy. Like, I make sure I go to therapy. And I brought it up to my therapist one day, and she said, well, it makes perfect sense to me why you would struggle with that. I'm like, well, what do you mean? Long story short, abusive household growing up. I was never allowed to, like, show my emotions or, like, express my feelings due to, like, how my family was. And so, because I never learned how to, like, healthily express that stuff, I can't draw it. Because I can't do it for myself. My own brain doesn't understand the difference between, I mean, it does now because I've been in therapy for a while, but, like, at that time, my brain, if I saw it, like, if I saw them next to each other, I couldn't tell the difference between pride, like a good pride, a confident pride, and arrogance. Like, you could show them next to me and I'd go, that's the same picture. Like, my brain just couldn't tell the difference, and my body can't read, like, body, my brain couldn't read body language very well. That's just, my brain just wasn't wired correctly that way. And so, like, I've had to go through therapy to learn those things. And so for me, drawing characters is still a huge task, because I don't instinctually know what those things look like, and so I have to go through the extra effort and time to look them up. And so, and drawing characters is critically important when you're making comics and manga. And so for me, it's not very natural to draw characters. Like, but backgrounds and environments, that's easy. Because they don't have body language, they don't have facial expressions, they don't have those things. Like, you know, a tree is a tree, a rock is a rock. I mean, you can take an environment and make it, like, use atmospheric, and lighting, and color and tone, like, all of that is very easy to do. But you have to draw expressions on something? Can't do it. I can't do it. I mean, I can, but I have to work a lot harder for it mentally. So hopefully that is an interesting question. That's personally my biggest obstacle when it comes to drawing. Is body language, facial expressions, just because of the weird way that my brain is wired. And those are things that I'm learning. That's literally why I'm in therapy. And that's been a huge obstacle for me. For a really long time, I had no confidence in myself because I thought I was just bad at drawing people. I thought it was just something I was stuck with forever. But now that I've had a couple years of therapy, I've had about 5 years of therapy now, and I work on this, and I have books for just that. I have books all about facial expressions and books about body language, and I've read books about emotion. Like, I can teach myself those things, and so I've just had to take a couple extra steps to get there. See, the only problem with that is I have horrible body dysmorphia. I don't like looking at myself in the mirror for multiple reasons. Part of that is due to, like, I have really, really, really bad body issues. Like, I'm recovering from an ED. So, mirrors are really hard for me to look at. Just on, like, a mental anguish level. I mean, I know why I look the way that I do now because of, like, my body's hormone levels are off. Like, my body is just that way. It's nothing that I've done. It's not my fault. It's just that's what's happened to my body. And I'm on medication for it now. But, like, looking in mirrors has been really hard for a really long time. To the point where, for a really long time, I covered them up. Like, I used to cover up the mirrors in my apartments. So I never looked at them. And for a while, I didn't really know. Like, I would catch glimpses of myself from time to time, but I never, like, I intentionally avoided mirrors for a really long time. Because I knew I looked fat and ugly, and so I didn't want to look. And so I didn't look at mirrors. Like, I never wear makeup, ever. I hate makeup. I think it's stupid. It's a waste of time. Personally. It's like, I'm just not that type of person. Sorry, I was playing with my cat. My cat wanted pets, so I was giving my cat pets. But I don't know. I've never liked that type of stuff, and so, I don't like looking at myself in the reflection. I still don't. You know, I'm a recovered, food avoider, because I can't say its actual name. It starts with an A. So I've always had body issues. That's the other reason I'm in therapy. You know. But yeah, absolutely. When I was studying animation and I didn't have that problem, I kept a mirror on my desk, and then I would also record videos. Like, I would bring up the camera on my laptop or like whatever I was using, and I would record myself making the expressions that I needed to make, and I would record reference footage and all that stuff when I was studying animation. So absolutely, it's a super crazy valuable tool to use. Absolutely, that's a great idea. I for a really long time, I was slightly overweight. Like, I had a BMI of maybe like 25, you know, so I was technically I was always a little bit overweight, but it was nothing where my doctor was really that concerned about it. And then all of a sudden I gained a lot of weight in a really short period, and this was like 2000, like early 2010s, so like 2010, 2011, I gained a lot. And then when I moved away to college, I gained a bunch of weight because I was finally able to eat anything that I wanted. I didn't have my family controlling me anymore. And I went a little overboard with that. And then in 2013, I got a drug-resistant strain of bronchitis, and I had to fight really hard to cure that infection. So that was a lot of extra effort. And then after that, I started being ill, like, all the time. Like, I couldn't eat a lot of things without, like, getting, like, Pepto-Bismol type sick, like, from both ends. It was awful. It was a terrible experience. And I found out a couple years later that I have celiac disease. And celiac is very common. It's an autoimmune condition. It's like a really common issue where you can get, like, a really strong infection or go through something traumatic or really stressful, and it can activate that gene. And that's basically what happened with me and the drug-resistant bronchitis that I had, is that activated my celiac. And so during the time that I was trying to get diagnosed with celiac, I lost like 90 pounds in like 6 months. I got really, really ill. Lost a bunch of weight, and I was finally at a healthy weight. I was able to keep it off for like 3 years, did really well. And then it like slowly creeped back. And July, from July to like early October, I gained 40 pounds in just a few months. And I was like, what? Like, what the F? Like, I'm literally on 1,600 calories. I've not changed anything. Like, you know, because I'd been losing weight. My highest weight ever was 330. And I lost all of that weight. I was finally in the 290s. I was losing weight. I'd lost it, and I was healthy, and I felt good, and I had energy, and I was riding a bike in the apartment gym, and I was doing good. And then all of a sudden, like, I didn't change anything. I was still doing the same amount of exercise. I just started gaining it back pretty quickly. Come to find out, I have non-diabetic insulin resistance. So I'm not even close to diabetic. I'm not even close to pre-diabetic. But I just have insulin resistance. And that's why I was gaining the weight so quickly. And now I'm on a medication to help control that. And it's only been a couple days, so I literally just started it last week. But it's wild how, like, your body just messes with you. And she's like, yeah, like, with that insulin resistance, it's going to be crazy hard for you to lose weight by yourself. And she's like, you're, like, my weight loss specialist is like, you're doing everything right. Like, you're eating the right things. You're eating the right caloric amount. You're doing, like, 15 to 20 minutes of exercise every day. Like, I don't know why you're struggling. And she's like, well, let's do some tests. And she's like, oh, you have insulin resistance. That's why. And I'm like, oh, shit. Damn. So, yeah. But exercise is really hard for me because I have what's called a Chiari malformation, type 2. So basically what that means is part of my cerebellum sits inside my spinal canal. So like the foramen, the area where like your brainstem and your spinal, like your spine area goes through, and like your skull, that little hole there, part of my cerebellum sits inside that hole. It's not supposed to. And so when I exercise, when I do like a heavy cardio and I get my heart rate up really high, it can cut off blood and oxygen to my brain and I pass out. I literally had to get like I had to get doctor's notes for my gym class because there were just too many times I'd be in gym class and I passed out. They'd have to like call an ambulance for me or something. So exercise is really hard for me. I have to be really careful. So I stick to like low impact exercise, like swimming, or I just have to monitor it really closely when I'm exercising. So it really sucks because like I want to lose it. Like I love riding my bike, you know, but now I'm too heavy for my bike. My bike has a weight limit and I'm above that now. So I have to get below that and then I can get back on the bike. But yeah, like it's wild, like how crazy like your body will mess with you. Come on, Clip Studio, there it goes. It's wild how hard I have to work just to lose anything. Hydrothermics. I don't know anything about hydrothermics. Well, I'm gonna have to do some research on that. Yeah, I'm working with a dietitian, and she's given me like a really specific caloric amount, which is what I was already doing. So she was fine with the caloric amount that I was aiming for. I mean, my BMR is only 21. You know, I'm a very short person. So I'm a very short person. You know, my BMR is not that high. My BMR is only 21, right? So like my loss amount is 16. And my dietitian adjusted my macros just a little bit from the usual. So gave me a little bit more protein than we kind of shifted the percentages around just a teeny bit. And so I do the best I can to meet those. So oh yeah. I'm literally seeing professionals for this. I'm not just speaking out of my butt as like a fat person making excuses. You know, so Yeah, I'm actually seeing actual professionals, like an actual clinic, like people that specialize in this, have had training in this. So, yeah, just following their advice. I literally just saw them 2 weeks ago, so I've literally just started the plan. But they also put me on. They put me on a medication to help with the insulin resistance. And then it gave me like a solid like dietary plan and exercise plan. It's just I just have to work around a bunch of stuff because there's so many types of foods that I can't have. You know, between the celiac and the lactose intolerance, and I can't have nightshades either. So like a lot of the like typical like healthy foods I can't have. You know, like I can't have garlic, I can't have onions, I can't have tomatoes, potatoes, peppers, any type of peppers, whether it's in spices or whether it's like the actual peppers. I can't have them. Tomatoes, potatoes, sweet potatoes are fine, but I try to minimize those. You know, garlic, onions, cabbage, broccoli. I can't have those. So, well, I don't do crash diets. I've never done crash diets. The only thing I've ever done is starved myself because I used to be extremely restrictive on my food. So like, you know, and that was because I have an ED. Like, so like, it's not like I'm going, gee, I'm just gonna eat this fat diet and lose everything. I'm not that type of like fat person. So, yeah. Because I mean, I grew up like eating out of my garden, you know. So like fresh stuff is what I've always preferred. And I'm not like a sweets person in general. Like, don't get me wrong. Like I like soda sometimes, but like soda's too sweet. Do you know what I mean? Like a Coke or Pepsi. It's like just taking sugar and putting it in your mouth, but it's not even a good tasting sugar. You know what I mean? It's not good. Like cakes and cookies, I can't even have cakes and cookies because I can't have wheat, and the celiac friendly versions taste like garbage. So that's not even a thing that I really have partaken anyway. You know, I had a doctor that was gaslighting me. I track everything in my Fitness Pal, every single thing that goes in my mouth. Like I just went ahead and got the membership, so all I do is I scan the barcode. There's no way I could make a mistake. Like food scale, everything. Just, you know, like I have it hooked up to my watch so it tracks my steps, and I just, yeah. You know, and that's what I have to do as part of the program, is I have to track all that stuff. So, yep, taking it seriously. So, because if I want to get my top surgery, I have to lose the weight. So, oh yeah, Gabba, there's a lot of what can you? A lot of other things. There's a lot of stuff I can have. So when I do eat, for meats, I have really lean meat. Arai, is it Arai? Nysar was wondering, what's your motivation to start this comic journey amidst the AI rise? So first off, I started drawing. Okay. First part of the answer, what motivated me to start? I actually started writing Godsbane 15 years ago. Hi, Corvid Curiosity, what's up? Yeah, I started writing this story 15 years ago, so I'm not gonna stop just because of some AI losers. When it comes to, AI, I don't fear AI. Not at all. AI can't do what I do. Period. That's it. That's like the end of it. I'm not afraid of AI. It doesn't scare me. Like, AI is gonna do what AI does, and I'm gonna do what I do. You know? So, I just do what I do. You know? Oh, your second part of the question was, what advice would I give other artists? Sorry, I didn't do the follow-up question. What advice would I give? Make yourself happy first. That's the number one thing. Make yourself happy first. Because here's the thing. If you're not happy with your work, when I say you have to be happy with your work, I don't mean that you think your work is perfect. I just mean that you can look at something and say, yeah, I did that. That's all that matters. And also, like, if something doesn't come out the way that you want it to, you can look at it and say, okay, this didn't come out the way that I wanted. But that's okay because I can do it better next time. Or, like, this is what I can learn from this experience. Like, for example, this particular page has taken me way too long to draw. Am I upset that this particular page, I'll show the whole page. This particular, like, 2-page spread has taken me a week and a half. Yeah, exactly. This whole thing has taken me a week. This whole page here has taken me a week and a half. To me, personally, that is unacceptable. And so I can sit here and I can pout and be like, well, AI would have been able to do it in like 30 seconds. Like, I feel like, shit, I'm terrible. Like, I'm a bad artist. Like, I could sit there and like just start spiraling. And so, like, but that's not going to do anyone any good. That's not going to do me any good. That's not going to do my followers any good. That's not going to do the people that want to read my manga any good. So, like, I don't care. Like, I make a mistake. I figure out what that mistake was. What's the lesson that I can get out of this mistake? And then I apply the lesson in the future. You know, like deconstruct the problem, analyze the problem, solve the problem, and move on. Don't get so emotionally attached to your work that how good your artwork looks determines how much worth you give yourself. Because you are not your art. I know it's really easy as artists, especially with this whole AI thing, to like put our self-worth in the work that we do. Especially if you're someone who relies on your art for money. I used to be that person. I used to be a freelancer. So like my art was everything. It was literally if I got to eat or not, right? But it's not anymore. I purposely have stepped away from that because that's not what I want art to be for me. Not right now. Right now I want to be able to focus on having healthcare and not worrying about if I'm going to keep a roof over my head. Like, to me, that stress wasn't worth it. So instead, I work in the comics and manga industry from a different angle. So I have everything that I need. And that way, the work that I do, I can focus on making myself happy first, rather than focusing on, like, trying to make enough money. So it's a very complex answer, but, I'm not going in spite. I'm going because I want to. Like, I just love what I do. It's just love. You know? Yeah, so, this is Clip Studio. This particular manga, I've redrawn chapter 1 7 times. Oh, what happened? Something happened. Subscribe. Hey, thank you. Thank you for the subscribing. I appreciate it. That's a lot of emojis. Thank you for the subscription. I appreciate it. In general, so like this manga, the reason why it's taken me 15 years to get to this point, and I'm only on chapter 2. The reason is because I've had to survive. Okay, I don't have a spouse to help me pay the bills. I don't live with other people to help me pay the bills. I lived by myself. I had to take care of myself. I had student loans. I had college, and then I had student loans, and student loans are expensive, and like I had to fend for myself first. Because here's the thing: if you don't have a home, it's really hard to draw manga. If you don't have food, it's hard to live long enough to draw manga. If you don't have a roof over your head and electricity, I can't run my computer to make manga. So like for me, I had to focus on survival for a really long time. And from the point that I graduated college, which was 2015, to 2021, when I finally was able to start actually making the manga that I wanted to make, I was so focused on survival and just gaining skills, right? Because I knew I didn't know what I want can't English today. I didn't know what I wanted Godsbane to be, but I knew that I wasn't ready for it yet. And so instead of like instead of just running with it, I waited. And I kept writing, and I kept drawing, and I kept figuring out what I wanted. And in the meantime, I did other stuff. I did other short stories. I did other one-shots. I did commissions and other artwork. Like, I kept developing and figuring out what are the skills that I'm going to need to be able to make the manga that I want to be able to make. And I focused on learning those skill sets while I had 2 jobs. There were a lot of times I had 2 jobs. Like, when I was interning at a manga publisher, I did that during the day, and then I had to bartend at night so I could keep paying my bills. You know what I mean? So, like, and then I had to draw at night, like, after I was done at the bar, or get up really, really early, or draw on my lunch break. Like, I didn't have a lot of free time to draw. So, I had to work with myself and what I had. You know, so it wasn't until 2021, when I got hired by my current company, Global Comics, that I finally only needed 1 job. I didn't need to get a second job to survive. And so now that I had all this extra time, I could finally dedicate that time to Godsbane, my manga, so that I could make it what I wanted it to be. And even then, it still took me another 3 years before I was ready. I had to learn what komawari was. I had to learn what kishotenketsu was. I had to learn how to actually use those things. Like, because you can know what komawari is. You can know what mekurigoma, hikigoma, magoma, nanamegoma, masukugoma, kishotenketsu, like, you can know what those things are, but do you know how to apply them? So that's why manga and making comics is so hard, is because you can know all of those things, but do you know how to apply it? Like, and then, not only that, you have to have the drawing skills and the writing skills on top of it. You know, so, like, there are so many small skills and big skills. Like, there are so many different skill sets that you have to be able to make comics and manga. It just takes you forever to get there. You know, I mean, I started drawing 15 years ago. 15 years ago, I started drawing. I've been making comics since 2013. Been making manga since 2018. You know, so it's taken me just a really long time to get to the point where I'm like, okay, I feel ready to commit to Godsbane. If that makes sense. And yes, this is Clip Studio. So I'm not going out of spite. I'm just going because this is what I do. This is my vocation, if you will. Like, I don't care that I'm not making a lot of money. I mean, I make maybe, like, from YouTube, I make about $1 a month right now. But I've not been super active. When I am more active, I usually earn, like, $6 to $7 a month. Like, right now, it's about $1 a month on YouTube, and I get about $15 a month on Global Comics. That's not enough to live on, but it's a start. Would I love to make making manga my full-time job? Abso-freaking-lutely. That's why I'm in the Viz One-Shot program. You know, that's why, like, I joined the Viz One-Shot program is, you know, now I get to work with, like, a professional manga editor and learn from him. Hisashi Sasaki, I get to learn from him. And maybe someday I'll be a serialized mangaka. You know, maybe someday. So, it's just time. It's just time. We'll get there. I don't know why I said we. I mean, who knows? Maybe some of you guys out there will. Hope that answered your question. Alright. I know that was kind of long, but... I can't... I mean... What do you mean by self-made? I didn't mean out of... Oh, I see. Okay, I totally misunderstood, sorry. What do you mean by, like, self-made? I mean, I went to art school. I have 2 art degrees. I can't say I'm entirely self-made, you know, but, I'm not, I have 2 published books. I mean, if you want to count Paranormal Consultant, I have 3. You know, like, I have, some lettering and book design. Hey, what happened? Hey, I need to move it so I can actually see what it says. Timothy Tim subscribed. Thank you. Thank you for the subscription. Woot! Thank you. I love watching that. I'm so glad that I added that little alert with all the emojis. So glad I did that. That was worth figuring out how to do. But yeah, I just make manga because I like to. Would I love to be a published mangaka someday in terms of, like, serialized? Yes. But for now, like, I do have a one-shot published with Viz Media. Oh, and then the tablet, here, I'll take this out just so you can see which one it is. It's a Wacom 16. It's not the Pro. Just a Wacom 16. It's not the Pro version. It's the version that came out in, January 2019. That's when it came out. Oops. But yeah, like, yeah. I just make manga because I like to. That's why I'm not worried about AI. Like, could AI theoretically replace me someday? Absolutely. Yep, I fully expect it to at some point. But if it does, that's not going to stop me from making manga. I'm going to make it regardless. Even if I never ever got serialized with Viz, like I'm in the one-shot program already. I'm working with Sashi. I have one-shot already published. Even if I never ever get serialized, like, let's just say hypothetically I submit like 50 one-shots in my entire lifetime and nothing gets serialized, will I feel bad about my career? No, not at all. Absolutely not. Because I had the balls to chase it. Most people don't even have that. So, and again, I'm not competing with anybody. I'm competing with me. I don't care what Jimmy down the street does, because Jimmy is Jimmy. Jimmy has Jimmy's journey and Jimmy's goals and Jimmy's wants and Jimmy's needs. I don't care what Jimmy does. Jimmy does Jimmy. If Jimmy submits, like, let's just say theoretically, Jimmy does what I do. Jimmy submits to Viz, Jimmy does a couple one-shots, Jimmy gets serialized, I will be the first person to sit there and congratulate him. I will buy his book. I will support him. I will read it, you know? Because that's what people do. They support each other. They don't tear each other down because they're worried someone's gonna outcompete them, you know? So, like, I'm just here for the love, man. I just want to make manga, and I want to support my friends who make manga. I want to support my enemies who make manga. Like, I don't care. So, like, let's just all make manga. Let's do it together. Or comics, whatever you make. Manga, comics, whatever. I don't care. Like, let's just support each other. So, that's how I see it. I've been running this question over my mind a lot lately, so that's the very excited answer. It's something I've actually been thinking about, so. And sorry, I had to pause and not draw while I was getting those words out, so I'm sorry for that. I can't, like, draw and talk at the same time, unfortunately. I am not good at it. Hopefully the delay isn't too bad. I do need to go make dinner. I've not had dinner yet. I don't even know what I want to make for dinner. Oh, what do I want for dinner tonight? Maybe, let's see, what meat do I have sitting in the fridge? I've got some eggs. I think that's the only protein I have left. But I have a little bit of shrimp left. Got some lion's mane mushroom I gotta eat up. Maybe I'll have, maybe I'll make like a carbonara from the sweet potato noodles I have left. I've got some peanut butter left. I could do like a pad thai instead. Yeah, I could do a pad thai. I don't have any nuts though. That's good enough. I'm hungry. I'm trying to think about what I want for dinner. I just realized I've not had dinner yet. I've been drawing too much. Mushroom omelet. That actually sounds really good. Cinnamon buns. Cinnamon buns. And goes to make after I forgot in the freezer for 2 weeks. Hey, it's in the freezer. It'll be fine. No worries. It's just the freezer. Shrimp mushroom omelet actually does sound really good. Not that you bring it up. Don't mind my passionate rambling. I just like stood on a soapbox for like 20 minutes. Sorry. I just got really excited. And I'd be too frozen. Wait. These aren't these. Oh goodness. Oh, so they were like already made cinnamon buns. Yeah, they probably are frozen. What I would recommend is I would, if after you cook, like go ahead and bake them like normal. Do not put the sauce on it yet. After you bake them or heat them up, however you want to heat them up, put a damp paper, not soaking wet. Put a damp paper towel over them and put them in the microwave for like 15 seconds. You're fine then. You're fine. They'll be fine. Daijoubu ne. Actually, it's more like daijoubu da yo. Like, instead of ne. Like, there is no ne. It's dayo. That's it. Oh, I messed up here. It'd be the other way, wouldn't it? Yeah, you gotta be really careful. If you wet it too much, it'll stick. The idea is that you put on just enough water that it dries out the paper towel, and the moisture gets into the food. Gotta get it just right. I do that with gluten-free pork buns that I like to make. And when I freeze them, I'll just wrap them in like a paper towel, and heat them up that way. I made salmon with orange bell peppers, serrano peppers, and a mixed spring mixed salad. That sounds delicious. I wish I could have peppers. I don't usually eat gluten-free versions of those things because they're usually a lot higher in sugar. Um, I tend to stick away from gluten-free variations of foods, except very rarely as like a treat. I basically treat gluten-free products the same way that I would treat like a soda or something, and that they're like rare treats only. But yeah, Wegmans does make good stuff. Because a lot of those gluten-free versions are so high in sugar because they need to make them palatable, so they like jack up the sodium and sugar content. And they're so expensive too. Do you know how much a box of gluten-free mac and cheese is? Let's say I want to buy like a box of gluten-free mac and cheese. A box of gluten-free mac and cheese is going to run you almost $5. $5. Meanwhile, the actual mac and cheese, like your basic like Walmart brand mac and cheese, is like $2. I don't want to pay $5 for a box of mac and cheese. That's $2.50 a serving, easy. When I can just buy gluten-free noodles, buy some Velveeta, and I can get way more servings out of that. You know, and I can actually get like a nice gluten-free pasta out of it. I tend to go for like rice pastas or like a sweet potato pasta. I really like sweet potato pasta. Art crumbs more like cooking hacks. Nah, I just like I have to pay attention to every single thing that goes in my mouth because of celiac disease. So, you know, and a lot of people have mocked me for my weight and my size, and like that's why I tell people like, granted, I'm not like a boss, you know, like I'm not some like health guru or whatever, but like I pay attention to that stuff, you know. I'm not the size I am for a lack of trying, you know. And there's lots of really great gluten-free channels out there too. There's a lot of really good ones. Art crumbs. Who would have thought with a channel with the word crumbs in it you'd get food advice? Yeah. Well, no, it's not people being helpful, like, at all. It's not people being helpful. It's people going, you need to lay off the cake. You need to lay off the candy. You need to lay off the sugar. And I'm like, bitch, I can't have cake. I can't have cookies. Like, if I eat regular soda, if I eat soda, if I drink like a straight up Coke or something, like, I'm gonna get an upset stomach. Like, I don't have those things. but people don't believe you. Like when you're my size, okay, I did the MyFitnessPal for a while, and when I took it into my doctor, she to my face said I was lying. She said, I can't help you if you're not honest with me with what you're eating. And I'm like, lady, what do you want me to do? Like, I literally have recorded everything that I eat. And she's like, there's no way you're gaining weight with only 1,600 calories. And I'm like, but I am. But I am. And she's like, okay, well, let's get you to a specialist and we'll see what the specialist says. And I'm like, okay. And the specialist believed me. Like, she's like, well, let's run a couple tests and we'll see if there's something that looks out of order. Surprise! Like I don't have diabetes, but I have diabetes without having diabetes. Like, I still have the effects of diabetes, but I'm not a diabetic. And my doctor swore up and down that I was a diabetic. Like, I even fasted for 12 hours just to prove that I wasn't. Like, I didn't just fast for 8 hours, I fasted for 12 hours just to make sure. Like, and I still had a blood glucose of 98 for 12 hours of fasting. Like, my insulin, my fasting insulin was 18.7. Like, above 16 is considered elevated. We had already done blood work, though. We did blood work in June. And she thought it was, like, she didn't believe it. That's the thing, though. Like, that's how we found the thyroid issue. She also did a thyroid issue. Hi, Konto. She did a full metabolic panel. She didn't do an insulin panel, but she did a metabolic panel, and she checked my thyroid. And my thyroid antibodies were literally, like, maxed off on the chart. So, I'm like, well, hey, this looks weird. We should look into it. Like, and she's like, nah, I don't think the thyroid needs to be, we don't need to look at the thyroid. I think it's fine. And I'm like, but my TSH levels are off. My thyroid globulin thyroid antiglobulin is off. My thyroid peroxidase antibody is off. Like, it's literally, like, as high as that could go on the chart. Like, an elevated level is considered, like, above 34, and I had a 107. 34 is considered the bottom level of elevated, and I had a 107, and she's like, nah, we don't need to look into that. And I'm like, bruh. And so, like, I had to get mean about it. I'm like, look, lady, like, I did everything you told me to do. I've been exercising. I've been on the anti-inflammatory diet since July, and it was September. I'm like, what do you want me to do? Like, what do you want me to do? I've done everything. Like, and I have the proof. Like, look at my watch. Like, do you think I'm faking it? That's why she sent me to the weight loss specialist. Yeah, and she's like, no, we don't need to look into that. Like, and I have it in, like, an email. She's like, no, we don't need to look into that. And when I took that information to my weight loss specialist, she's like, oh yeah, like, this definitely could mean that there's something off with your metabolic system, so let's look into that. And that's when the weight loss specialist ordered fresh blood work, like, the exact same thing, plus the metabolic panel, and guess what? Plus the insulin panel, and it was exactly the same. Like, my THS levels were still off, my thyroid levels were still through the roof, you know, like, literally as high on the chart as it could go. Like, and the insulin panel showed my insulin really high. Like, but I'm not diabetic. My A1C was 5.2. Yeah, she's like, I don't think we need to worry about it. My vitamin D was a 15 out of 100. Like, which she did prescribe me, like, vitamin D. So, like, I've been on vitamin D, but, like, the vitamin D that I've been taking isn't helping. My levels aren't rising. So, like, that's what I mean, though. Is, like, when you're a fat person, doctors will gaslight the hell out of you. Because they don't believe you. Like, by nature, they just don't believe you. Because they think you're lying. And that's been me all my life. When I initially had my celiac become active and I was throwing up all the time, you know, like, I went to the doctor and I said, could you check? Like, I had done my own elimination diet on my own because the doctor didn't think it was a concern. The doctor thought it was heartburn. And I'm like, bro, this is not heartburn. I have had heartburn, and this is not heartburn. And he's like, he prescribed me omeprazole, and he's like, just take this. And I got sicker. I got sicker on that. He's like, well, I don't know. You know, why don't you just stop the omeprazole, or I can put you on something else and see if that helps. It wasn't heartburn. It was freaking celiac disease. And when I asked him, like, one day at one of our things, this was a different doctor way back when. He's like, well, you know, you can't have celiac because you're overweight. And I was overweight. At the time, I was 250 pounds. But 6 months later, like, I hadn't got any treatment for my celiac. 6 months later, I'd lost 90 pounds. And he congratulated me. He's like, well, you're doing a good thing. You got an exercise and you're losing the weight. No, it's really good. You know, I told you if you lost the weight, your symptoms would go away. I'm like, do you want to know what made the symptoms go away? I stopped eating gluten. I now eat a gluten-free diet on my own without your direction, and my symptoms disappeared within like 3 days. Yeah. Yeah, so I have a prescription for vitamin D. So don't worry, I'm not just taking your over-the-counter vitamin D stuff. So I actually have a prescription for it. So a histamine intolerance. Wow, that's rough. Yeah, here's the crazy part. 3 years. 3 years after, like, the celiac symptoms started, I finally got diagnosed with it. And not only that, I had to do genetic testing for other reasons. The celiac showed up on my genetic testing. I have one of the 2 genes for it. You can't be celiac because you're fat. Fuck you, doctor. Like, I literally have one of the genes for it. No one else in my family does. I'm the only one. So I'm the mutation. So, like, that's me, I guess. like stuff can happen. Weird stuff can happen. I had the gene. It never activated until I got the drug-resistant bronchitis. And that's what activated it. That has to be what activated it. Because before that point, I could eat whatever I wanted. Like, I love pizza. I loved making my own pizza from scratch. I loved beer-battered walleye, beer-battered perch, beer-battered bluegill. Like, that was my shit. That was my thing. Like, my family's Amish, okay? So, like, wheat is our life. Wheat and potatoes is our life. You know? Like, the Amish folk. So, like, what do you want me to do? I can't even eat my own food anymore. Like, my own culture's food anymore. I can't have potatoes. I can't have, I can't have, like, garlic and onion. I can't have wheat. Can't have cabbage. I can't eat anything from my own culture anymore. So, like, you know, historical culture. I didn't grow up Amish, but my grandfather did. And he has passed down a lot of the foods and stuff that we used to eat. So, I grew up on a Amish-influenced diet. A English version of an Amish diet, let's put it that way. So, anyway. Surprise fact if you didn't know. Yeah, my grandpa was the Amishman. He met my grandmother, who was English, during his Rumspringa. So. Oh, I should clarify. English in an Amish context just means not Amish. English means, like, non-Amish. Another word might be worldly, or, like, modern world. So anyone who's, like, modern world that's not Amish is called English. So. I'm allergic to unknown chemicals that come in contact. Oh, that's bizarre. Yeah, both the food tolerances thing and the, like, the skin dermatitis. Is it, like, so it's, like, a hives? Not even, like, a contact dermatitis? That's crazy. Yeah, you definitely should get an allergen test. I've learned that if I get exposed to gluten in the air, my skin reacts. So, alright, this page is done, guys. For now. Until I find something else wrong with it. Oh, you know what? I did forget something. I see what I forgot. I did forget something. I forgot 2 things, actually. I forgot to finish the fire here. I forgot the effects here. Not bad. I was close. I was almost done. That would be under fire and then debris. Almost done. I forgot a few things. It's what I get for getting excited too early. Oh, come on, bro, really? It's a little bit of effect there. Dirty this up a little bit. There you go. Soften it up a bit. Let's see here. I want to get tested so much. Can I find out that kiwis tasting like batteries is an allergic reaction? Huh. I guess I don't know what like batteries taste like. Like all my life I didn't know kiwis could taste good. They always tasted spicy. Oh, I see. I can't say I have the same issues with pineapple, but pineapples taste spicy to me, but not like batteries. Yeah, like my lips get really like uncomfortably like tingly, almost like, and they swell a little bit when I eat pineapple. So I just stay away from pineapple. Like I can actually eat them, but here's the weird part. If I have them raw, it does that. I think it's just the nature of pineapple, like with the acid and stuff. If I cook pineapple, like if I actually thoroughly cook it, I'm fine. But because I think it denatures the acids. But in general, I don't like the numminess of pineapple. So, but I don't know if it's like my lip swells when I eat it. So I don't know if it's just like my body reacting to the acid. Like, I don't know if the lip swelling is normal. I'm really lucky I don't have any like actual allergies though. I just have the gluten intolerance. Or sorry, the celiac. It's not intolerance. I have the gluten the gluten sensitivity due to celiac. But I also can't have nightshades and alums. So okay, yeah, pineapple. Okay, so the pineapple thing is normal. Huh? That's fascinating. Yeah, no, that's smart. That's smart. All right. Here's the whole page, fam. Well, it's a 2-page spread, so here is the whole page. There we go. Oh, let me turn this on really quick so I can clear that. There's the whole thing. I'm just gonna turn the text on, but how do I react to tomatoes? I have Pepto-Bismol symptoms. Let's put it that way. Like, I basically just like get a really upset stomach. Sometimes out of both ends. But I can't have any nightshades. Like tomatoes, potatoes, peppers. Like my body just doesn't digest them. It's an intolerance. Like I can't break them down. So like when I eat peppers, like because I will still eat a raw pepper every once in a while, just because I really, 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 really love the taste. Like like the capsaicin in peppers, like I'm gonna get really real with y'all right now, so I hope you appreciate this. Like, when I eat peppers, I know when my body, like, I know on the toilet when I'm done with the peppers. I can smell it. My body doesn't break any of it down. Like, if I eat broccoli, like, the florets don't get digested. Like the little mini flowers on top of the broccoli, my body doesn't break it down. When I have cabbage, like 15 minutes after I eat cabbage, I'm in the bathroom. Like my body just can't break down certain things. I have the same reaction to like garlic and onions, things that are really really high in fructose. I can't do or I can't do fructose at all. So like apples are really high in fructose, mangoes, cherries, watermelon. I can't have watermelon. I get so sick when I have watermelon. So yeah, lactose. I can't have lactose either. I'm also lactose intolerant. So like, I have so many foods I can't eat, you guys. That's why it was easier just to not eat at all. Like that's why like I had such a hard time eating. I actually still struggle to meet my caloric intake every day because I just don't want to eat. I'm scared of becoming sick, so I just don't eat. And that's why my doctor was so perplexed. She's like, "How are you gaining weight? Like you have to be eating more than you're eating because you're gaining weight." And I'm like, "I'm not eating because I'm scared to eat because I don't want to get sick." And so that's why, like, seeing the dietitian has made all the difference for me, is, like, being like, okay, here are the foods that you know are safe, here's the meals that you can make from these foods to give you some variety, and let's slowly add in other foods. And I'm like, okay, cool, let's do it. So... Yeah. I'm just scared to eat, period. Like, that's all it is. I'm just afraid to eat. 'Cause I don't want to get sick. Oh, yeah. We figured it out. Yeah, we figured it out. It's just insulin resistance. That's all it is. It's just insulin resistance and overcoming my food aversion. That's all it is. So, and it's part of it is figuring out all of the different food groups that make me sick. So, hmm? It's trauma in the sense that like when I had my celiac, when I was trying to figure out if I had celiac, when the celiac when the celiac symptoms initially started, I would eat something, and then I would basically have to like I would have the most awful burning pain in my stomach that I've ever felt in my life. Like, I am the type of person, I hate taking pain medication, because I feel like it's unnecessary. Like, I'm a very big mind over matter person. Like, if I have a little bit of discomfort, it's fine. It's no big deal. This pain was so bad, I would rate it an 11 out of 10. Like, that's how bad it was. So I have a really good pain tolerance. And the only way that like I could make the pain stop was to basically force whatever I had just eaten out. Let's put it that way. Yeah. Oh, I'm just saying that like I've had so much trauma with food. Yeah, absolutely. But here's the weird part. Like, I would get so ill, I would basically like try to force myself to like expel whatever was making me feel sick, like whatever I'd just eaten that obviously disagreed with me, and like a minute after I got it out, finally, all the symptoms are gone. I'm fine. I'm good. It's all good. Like, no pain. I would have never known that I had just been in crazy 11, like, level 11 pain a minute ago. It's wild. So, like, yeah. Bodies are just weird. Weird like that. Like, it got so bad that I just ended up keeping, like, Ipecac in my house. because like I didn't know when I was going to need it, and I didn't want to have to spend hours trying to get it out, you know what I mean? And there were times where I would have that burning level 11 pain for hours. And I'm so scared of like going through that again. And it still happens every once in a while. But it's very, very rare. I feel like every, like once, like maybe 2 or 3 times a year I have it. So it's very rare now. But it's usually after I eat something I know I shouldn't. Usually something with capsaicin in it is when it, like, that's when it gets the worst. So usually it's my own damn fault. So now I know some of the triggers for that kind of stuff. So I tend to avoid it. But if I eat a pepper, it's usually because I'll make like stuffed peppers with cream cheese. Oh, I love peppers with cream cheese. Right? Yeah. Like you used to see in like the movies and stuff. I've been wanting to draw this panel for a really long time. So I'm just going to go ahead and get it done. I've been really wanting to do this panel. Can you tell I've been wanting to do this? I just absolutely zeroed in for like 30 seconds. I probably did too much detail on that nose, but that's okay. I shall forgive myself. Level this out a bit. I managed to miss the one spot. Of course I did. That's hilarious. Well, the first half of chapter 2 is already uploaded. I can drop a link. If you want to check it out now, you can. I'll go ahead and drop a link here. If you guys want to read chapter 1, and then what I have of chapter 2, you can. Or you can wait until Wednesday, and the second half of chapter 2 will be uploaded. I don't know why I went to that page. This one. It's totally free, also. It doesn't cost anything to read it, so... Not yet. Someday, maybe. Yeah, I did. I lost 8 pages of chapter 2. So... But yeah, the rest of chapter 2 will be uploaded on Wednesday. This coming Wednesday. And then chapter 3... I'm gonna show you guys a little... I don't... Oh, I didn't mean to close that. That's okay. Chapter 3 should be uploaded... Probably... I have 14 panels I have to finish for chapter 3. So, I'm gonna aim for next week for chapter 3. Because it's like 90% done. I'm not sure if I'll get there. If I don't upload it on the 4th, it'll probably be the 11th. Let's see, yeah. December 4th or December 11th will be chapter 3. I see. Yeah. My family didn't care that much that I had intolerances. They would just make it anyway. And they'd say, go take your pill. You know, like the lactose pill. So, they didn't really care that much. They didn't make, like, extra versions for me or anything. I just ate what everyone else was eating. I'm gonna bring up his reference here really quick, guys. Where is Ahmad's portrait? I thought I had uploaded it. Ah. Here's Ahmad, by the way, if you guys want to see. Return of the Bishonen. Even though he's a bad guy and you shouldn't fall in love with him. But it is what it is. I hope you enjoyed. Still at it? Yeah. I actually finished that page, and I've been wanting to draw this particular panel for a really long time. So I'm going to go ahead and finish this particular panel. Because I really want to draw it. Been wanting to draw this panel for weeks now. So I'm like, yeah, I'll just go ahead and do it now. Yeah, streams this long aren't abnormal for me. This is pretty normal for me, to be honest. I don't know why I did that. I was gonna say, King, you should know that my streams can go pretty long. Like, a 3 or 4 hour stream is really not that unusual for me. Not when I get focused. But that's the key, I have to get focused. Or be really slow. One of the two. Take it easy, Gabba. Have a good night. Good. Proud of you. You did the thing. You did the thing. Have a good night. Take it easy, Gabba. Thank you. Hey, yo, thank you for all the subs today, guys. I've gotten, like, gosh, just since I started streaming, I've gotten 4 new subs, and that brings our total today to, like, 8 new subs today. I had a couple subs earlier before I started streaming, so thank you all the people watching for the subs. I appreciate it. I haven't quite figured out how I want to draw this stuff yet. Keeping it subtle, I think, is best for now. We're going to keep this panel really simple, because I don't want a lot of extra stuff on this one. Put it on its own layer, just in case. Ah, the real test is turning the sketch off. Oh, have mercy. Alright, now I'm going to go in with some whites, and I'm going to soften up the sketch a little bit. Soften up the line art, I mean. Kind of like that silhouette better. This way I can control the strands that come out from this. Alright. Why are mangaka very liberal about drawing panels all the way to the bleed of the page, but strict about never... Ah! I shall show you why. Because when you are printing either in a magazine or in a tankobon, there's always a lot of... So, like, mangaka, they don't really do, like, floppies or small trades like Western publishers will do. And so when you have a book that's really, like, that thick, you're going to lose any detail that's in, like, the inner, like, what's the English word for it? Like, the spine's gutter area, like, that inner margin. Like, you're gonna lose a lot of the stuff that's in there. So I'll actually show you, what all that is. So, I just realized that this panel is actually in the wrong place. So, like, thanks for reminding me. This is in the wrong spot. This should be here. I must have been messing with my stuff earlier. Anyway, so I will do a little thing for you. Because I actually get this question a lot. So I shall show you. Let me make sure everyone can see the whole page. Okay, let me set this to multiply and then set it to color. And then I will show everyone the like the bleeds and margins and everything the way that we see it in manga. Hopefully no one's colorblind. Oh, that's not green. Okay. So within manga, exists a couple different types of margins. What you're looking at, yep, there's absolutely a pattern to that. So, let me dim my pages just so you can see the margins a little bit better. Alright, can you see my margins clearly? Clip Studios template for that comic book setup or manga setup in the page. This particular one that I'm using, yeah. It's the, Shueisha template A. Is the one that I use here. So, in manga, I'm just gonna zoom in, like, there's margins in here, technically. So, in manga, when you're putting your pages together, there's an area of the gutter, or there's an area of the page and the 2-page spread called the nodo. I'll type it out for you guys. It's called the nodo. N-O-D-O. It's called the nodo, which is more or less like the throat, I guess is like the best way of putting it. Oh, I didn't mean to zoom in that far. Sorry. There we go. It is the area between the two live areas. We would call it the live area. So it's this area right here. I'll go ahead and highlight this for you guys. I'll go ahead and put it in black, and then I'll dim it so it's in gray. So this area here is called your nodo, N-O-D-O. And anytime you put any artwork in that area, you stand a really high risk of, once it's printed either in the magazine, or in a tankobon, which is like the volume, it's gonna get cut. It's just gonna get really hard to see. And so a lot of mangaka, if you actually pick up any manga volume, and you look at the top or the bottom of the book, you'll notice that there's a section where the art tends to stop, and like towards the actual spine itself. And that is that like white space that you're seeing. It's called that's the nodo. That's the area that I've highlighted here in like a gray. And it's the area between the live areas. So this green section that I have here, I'm going to turn this off temporarily. The green sections that I have here, I'll make these a little bit more easy to see. These green sections are the live area or the safe area. I mean, they're technically either one is correct. And then the blue area is an additional margin that I find only exists in manga. It technically could exist in Western comics. It's called the safety margin. The purpose of the safety margin is to mark the second set of margins. So, like, manga are typically printed in a magazine and they're printed in tankobon. Each of those print jobs is going to have a different live area. And so the safety margin is essentially like the furthest out that it could go. Basically, your safety margin is one live area, and then the live area on the inside is the other one. One's for the magazine, one's for the tankobon. The inner border is for the tankobon, and the outer area is for the magazine. And so typically, by having both the safety margin and having the actual live area in the center on the same page, you can account for both margins at the same time. And so what a lot of mangaka will do is they'll stop the borders of their manga at the live area, which is this inner green one, or they take it all the way to bleed. There is no in between. It's either live area or all the way past the bleed. One of the two. There is no option. And then when it comes to any live area that's going to be against that's like spine side, they very, very, very rarely will cross that live area line in terms of like with the panel borders, because anything in there is most likely going to get cut off. In terms of like just hard to read, because I mean you can only open the book so far without like cracking the spine and possibly ruining the integrity of the book. And so a lot of mangaka won't put anything really in there. Some mangaka, like with like splash pages or like special pages, like they'll fill that area in. But it's not very commonly done, and not near to the extent that it is done in like Western publishers, like Western comics. And that's why, and with Western comics, they have a much less restrictive spine by the nature of floppies and trades. Kind of depends on the size of the trade, but for the most part, trades don't really have that same problem that tankobon do. When you get to like compendiums and volumes and omnis, you start getting that problem that tankobon have. But for the most part, like the majority of comics are not omnis and compendiums, right? They're floppies and they're trades at most for most people. Some people will get the volumes. I tend to get the volumes, but I don't mind collecting trades. Like I don't usually get issues. I usually collect trades if I'm collecting stuff. It kind of depends on the series. But yeah, so that's what that is. So this margin here is called the nodo and odio. There's like a whole separate like there's like so much extra stuff with the margins, but I hope that gives you your answer. Yeah. So I try to keep everything importance within the live area, at worst within the safety margin, which is that blue section. Hope that answers your question. you have any follow-up questions, please feel free. I love questions. Let's make it a little wider. Yep, you're very welcome. I actually get that question a lot, so no worries. It's a little wider. Let's make this red so I can see it separately from the... There we go. This is kind of the main point here. Centerfold, yeah. Centerfold would be like a good English version for it. In manga, it's just called nodo. The nodo. Yeah, centerfold. Yeah, centerfold makes sense. Makes sense to me. I know what you meant. That's all that matters. That I know what you meant. Alright, for now I'm going to square these off, but I'll round them off in a minute. So what I would do with something like this is purposely make it a little too clean and then go in and mess it up. So it feels a little more chaotic. A little more spontaneous. Alright, almost done. Oh, I was still finishing up this one. I forgot to add in my tone. That was the wrong thing to do. It's too dark. Decisions. What if instead... I think that stands out more. I'll stick with this one. I won't add a tone. I'll just leave that as it is. So I'm focusing on contrast. So that's what's more important rather than accuracy. So there we go. I don't like that. Keep the shape clean. Alright. Let's go back to my rocks. My dirt. Any questions? Bam. No worries. Safe. I'm glad I can help you focus. taking forced cat time. I love that. I love how I go to like draw something and it erases it instead. I'm actually start this part over. I don't like where that's going. Let's do that again. Alright, let's try this again. Okay. I just have to manually do this one. Which is fine, it's a pain if I have to do it. Paper airplanes of doom. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of what they look like, huh? Yes, Miso? What is it, ma'am? No, you can- no, honey, no. Yes, Miso. Miso, ma'am. Ew, it's 11 o'clock. Oh my gosh. How have I been streaming for this long? Wow. Did you come to remind me what time it is, Miso? Yeah? Oh, shit. Alright, I probably should head off. I haven't had dinner yet, and I really need to eat. I'm only at, like, maybe, like, 800 calories today, so I definitely need to go eat something before I head off to bed. But thank you all so much for stopping by. I super duper appreciate it. I was able to get 4 panels done today. Oh, I should say it. So thank you all for coming by. I super duper appreciate it. If you haven't hit the like button and you would be so kind, I would really super duper appreciate it. I am not sure what my streaming schedule is going to look like. This is actually my first stream back. Hey, Fatal Snake, thank you for lurking. I appreciate it. I will be doing my best to stream more often. It'll kind of depend on what my schedule looks like, which I'm still figuring out as we go into the holiday season. So, thank you all. I appreciate it. Have a wonderful week if I don't see you again, like tomorrow or later this week. So, take it easy and have a good time. Ciao! Sorry, that was my cat.